Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. It is the month that we have all waited for. I'm like ready to grab my popcorn and my snacks. I'm going to try to stay optimistic with some of the crazy transits that are taking place this month. If you're new to my channel, welcome. I'm a Western astrologer. I work both with astrology as well as tarot and the Sabian symbols to better understand and forecast into what's coming for the month ahead. Please do me a favor if you have not already. Click subscribe. I'm stoked. Guys, we had like over 30,000 views on the horoscopes last month, which is for me pretty crazy. But I'm going to keep bringing this up because it's so important. As a YouTube creator, we thrive off of people's interaction with our videos. So a thumbs up, a comment, sharing this, or making the decision to subscribe to our content really helps the growth and it really gets this out there. So it's wild to me that I have 3 times the amount of views last month that I do subscribers. If every single person who watches this horoscope subscribes to my channel, it would make a world of difference. And you guys support me, make it possible for me to be able to bring you guys this long format content every single week. Thank you very much for allowing me to have my shameless plug. So it's March of 2023. We're going to take a look at the astrology for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. And as always, we'll be breaking down some of this in other videos throughout the week. This is just to kind of give you a heads up as to what may be coming. And it's a lot. So let's go ahead and get into it. I want to let you guys know about some offerings that I have for the month ahead. Once again, yes, you can support my channel by thumbs up, by sharing, subscribing, but also I have memberships. So if you want to join my memberships and you would like to contribute, there's 3 different tiers. And yeah, choose your own adventure. You can always join me on Friday evenings live. I'm always going live at 5 p.m. Pacific time and 8 p.m. Eastern. And we alternate every other weekend. We do live tarot or astrology readings. So that can be really helpful for those of you guys who don't have the funds or you don't have the time to wait for a one-on-one reading with me. You can always click the link in my community tab and you can sign up for that in advance, and it makes it possible for you guys to get on the queue. So that way you are guaranteed to get a reading during one of my live shows on Friday evenings. You just want to come and hang out and learn about tarot astrology, you can do that as well. I'm in the midst of still working on the Jupiter Chiron healing workshop as well as Saturn and Pisces webinar. Both of these things are coming soon. These transits are going to be setting up over this next month, so I'm anticipating putting them out to help you guys along with that. Something you can do is head over to my website. You'll be prompted to sign up for my newsletter. Please do sign up for my newsletter. I'm not going to spam you. The only time I ever send out any emails is when I'm dropping new courses. That's the primary way that I use this to connect with you guys. In the future, I hope to be interacting with you more and hopefully developing a newsletter. I feel like email is going to be so important moving forward in terms of being able to stay in touch with my audience as a creator. So watch for those webinars coming soon. Sign up for my newsletter if you guys can. And if you like my style, if you want to learn tarot or astrology with me, don't fret. You can totally do that. Go to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You can sign up for my beginner's tarot or astrology course. It's study at your own pace, and there are hours upon hours of instructions, and I'll teach you guys how to do that. And as of right now, I just opened my books. My books are now open for personal live one-on-one readings on Zoom. I have limited spots open until May of 2023, so I'm generally booked anywhere from 2 to 3 months out at a time, but I do have some openings. So if you would like to get your natal chart read, or if you have questions about transits, progress charts, maybe you're wanting to pick the best date to get married or launch a business, and much, much more, check out my website and you can book a reading with me. My schedule is live. All right, so you guys know how this goes. There's 2 videos, right? This is the video that you're gonna get that's gonna be more just for the horoscopes. I'm gonna be talking about how it's gonna play out in your day-to-day life. There will be another video coming out that's gonna touch on all of the transits throughout the month of March. I really recommend listening to that because this is only half of them. There is a lot going on. Like I said, grab your popcorn. It's gonna be a wild month. So these are the transits that really catch my eye. So we're going to start off with the 2nd of March. Mercury conjunct Saturn in Aquarius at 29 degrees. The last planet to come into conjunction with Saturn in Aquarius before Saturn's ingress into Pisces. I anticipate that this is going to be a day where there's going to be some challenging communication. We're going to find out that there are going to be some boundaries, limitations, and just lines in the sand that are going to be drawn. But it can also be a little bit of insight into wherever Aquarius is in your chart, what is definitively being decided or being said or agreed to. So it can be a really significant day for contracts, really significant day for anything in regards to just sticking to your guns mentally. And if you need to write something in stone, this would be a transit to do it. Now, the very same day, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Jupiter in Aries. There will be more, we'll do more on this throughout the month, but that's a really big energy. Jupiter and Venus are both benefics. So these are very positive planets. Venus, the goddess of love, and Jupiter, which deals with good fortune and expansion and abundance. And they're coming together for a kiss. So I am optimistic that it's going to bring a little touch of positivity, maybe a little pot of gold for everybody in your own natal chart. You got to see where Aries is. Then on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn enter into Pisces, and Saturn will stay in the sign for roughly 2.5 years. Pisces is a mutable water sign that is traditionally ruled by both Jupiter as well as Neptune. So we're going to see boundaries, limitations, right? Formations, potentially even some kind of control in regards to Pisces type things. Water, right? The ocean, prisons, mental health facilities, hospitals. We're going to start seeing new, I think, protocols that are going to start kind of coming up for this. It's going to also be really big for mental health. I've already kind of put out like a teaser on Saturn and Pisces, so if you haven't already seen that, please take a look. But this is kind of big because Saturn is an outer planet, so it's making this ingress. It's finally leaving the fixed air sign of Aquarius, so we're graduating from those lessons, and now we're going to really need to pay attention to the vibes, spiritual energies, our belief systems, anything in regards to private spaces. I'm going to shout this from the rooftop probably this entire next year. Really good time to get into a meditation practice, okay? Because Saturn in Pisces is going to be all about focusing on taking your vision and building it, right? So it can be like castles in the sand that can fall apart if you don't have belief and if you don't also have firm foundations and structures. So for those of you guys who are wondering where this is, just take a look at where Pisces is in your chart. Saturn moving in there is basically probably going to make, he's going to make his himself known. We're already starting to see some of the effects of it now. But this is going to be where you're kind of buckling down and you're committing more, or you're getting more serious about your goals in this area of your life. And like I said, it'll be there for about 2.5 years before moving into the sign of Aries, I believe in 2025. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see the third, okay? This is the third Mars in Gemini square Neptune in Pisces. Honestly, frustrating, annoying, very mutable, changeable, even murky or potentially even deceptive energies. Now, we've seen this happen in previous months. Let me go back and pull you guys these dates really quick so you can see the last time that it happened. So we had a Mars in Gemini square Neptune. This was at 23 degrees on October 14th, 2022. We had a second Mars square Neptune that was taking place right around November 18th, 2022. And this is the third one. Mars is going to be about passion, desire, forward motion. It's linear. And Mars in Gemini wants to get up and go places. It wants to talk. It wants to share. We've seen this materialize as a lot of information, I think, coming out from hiding places in the world and on the internet in regards to what has been hidden on social media platforms. But it's also created lots of conflict and distortion and manipulation in the media. But generally, because Mars is going to be in a mercurial sign, making an opening square for the third time to Neptune, is trying to get the mind on track with deciphering maybe images or things that you're seeing or potentially even hearing. So this can be a lower energy day and a day that you really need to watch for visibility. because there can be visibility issues, literally or figuratively. On the 15th of the month, we're going to see the sun in Pisces coming into a conjunction with Neptune in Pisces. So this is going to be on one hand, very kind of vibey, spiritual, tapped in, meditating, reflecting, doing your dream work, working with your oracle cards type of day. On the other hand, this can be a day where there is this feeling of extreme emotion or lower energy levels. We may find that we're being a little bit more sensitive and we're perhaps more empathic than usual. The Sun Neptune does kind of talk about the sacrifice that we make, but it can also have this kind of sad, poetic kind of vibe to it as well. So depending on where it's going to be falling in your chart, that might be a day where it can be mystical and magical if you're looking for that Neptune energy. On the 20th of the month, the sun enters into the cardinal fire sign of Aries, kicking off what's going to be the spring equinox here in the Northern Hemisphere. This is also known as the astrological new year when the sun moves into Aries. And oh my goodness, guys, this is going to very much be a brand new energy. Some of the planets that are changing signs this month, on top of the fact that just the very next day after we have the sun entering Aries, we're going to have a new moon in Aries at 0 degrees. So this is the most potent, one of the more potent degrees of the zodiac because it's the first degree of the zodiac, but because 0 degrees of a cardinal sign represents the cardinal points. These are the points that initiate the changes in the seasons. I've been saying really since December, don't worry, you can set your New Year's resolutions, your intentions, just wait for this new moon that's going to be coming in March, and that's going to be a time to really kind of kick off new intentions that I feel will stick. So this is going to be just after the sun's ingress into Aries on the 21st. Equally, there will be 2 new moons in Aries in this cycle. We're going to have one at 0 degrees, and then in the month of April, mid-month, we're going to have a solar eclipse at 29 degrees of Aries. Holy cow. This is very clear messages from the universe. Hey, you got to get started in this area. You got to get going. It's time to work on this new thing. It's going to be very important for everybody to take the initiative and be willing to set new intentions for yourself and get active. Now, when we have 2 new moons, it's seen as like a black moon. And I think that it's really just saying we got to work with the entire range of degrees from 0 to 29, and we really need to learn how to take action and become, I think, more self-reliant, right? And brave and kind of courageous as well. So those of you guys who are March Pisces, happy birthday. Those of you guys who are March Aries, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. And then the long-awaited transit on the 23rd of March, we are going to be seeing Pluto finally leave Capricorn and ingress into the sign of Aquarius, moving into a fixed air sign. We will have this briefly. I've talked about this, but we only have Pluto briefly in Aquarius for a little over 2.5 months, and then it will retrograde back into the sign of Capricorn. It's going to do-si-do and go in and out of Capricorn and Aquarius really all the way up until 2024. Now, next year, we're going to have Pluto in Aquarius for a lot longer period of time before finally kind of settling in towards the end of the year. And then we're in it for the better part of, 2024 all the way up until like 2040. So Pluto's been in Capricorn since 2008. It has been real as a cardinal rising and an Aries moon. I'm bidding farewell to Pluto. I feel like I've learned my lesson. And now I get it as a fixed sun sign, so it's going to be really fun. But essentially, Pluto, the god of transformation, pain, regeneration, death, rebirth, anything in regards to crime as well as power, and not in a sense of like energy, but power, control, right, domination. So it's going to be interesting to see that go into an air sign. Certainly, what is going to be looked at as power will be information. And intelligence and who you're connected to. I'm really thrilled to hear that this is happening right when the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC are deciding to tour together. It might sound silly, but that to me is so Pluto in Aquarius because it's moving away from this needing to be so self-focused or needing to be so power-driven, and it's moving into the sign that deals with groups. So I think that we're going to find that we might see the return of like boy bands. We might see the return of you know, groups that may perform and all equally kind of share the stage. But by the same token, I think it might be the end of I think it's going to be the end of like, you know, major like celebrity culture. I think the way that we look at fame and success is going to be very different with some of these transits. More on that in this next month. I'll definitely talk more about this. I have some videos already out there, and I'm putting some other stuff together also on a panel for Pluto and Aquarius for you guys in the next month or two. Then on the 25th, we're going to have Mars entering Cancer. Okay, so Mars entering Cancer. Guys, we have had Mars in Gemini since when? When did Mars first enter into Gemini? The retrograde went from about end of October 2022 to mid-January. But we have had Mars in Gemini since August of 2022. That's like, what, 7 months of Mars in Gemini? Bye. I'm over it. I'm ready to say goodbye. This is going to be a really interesting shift though, guys, because after seeing a bang up of squares between Mars and planets in Pisces, then we see Mars move into Cancer where it gets a little crabby, okay? So this is technically going to be in an area where Mars is not comfortable. Mars is much more sensitive and emotional and kind of can be kind of touchy when it's in this sign. Take into consideration, it's moving into a cardinal sign. So there can be more aggression, there can be more conflict in regards to home or emotions or our private life in general. And just being that we have the sun in Aries, having Mars being in its detriment, and also forming slightly a square, it's gonna be a little uncomfortable. The positive is that at some point later in the end of the month, we are going to start seeing Mars coming into a trine with Saturn. So we're going to be kind of building something solid, but there's a lot of reflecting on our emotions. That's really what this is going to be about. Saturn in Pisces does have this sadness, limited, restricted energy, but with the trine to Mars, it will incentivize some people to realize that they need to kind of get out of their funk, you know? So Mars in Cancer, we may see more issues with like shark attacks. We might see more issues with military moving on the water. We may also see that there is just going to be some really unusual things that are coming up about maybe like rising, you know, water temperatures, or where people are fighting to protect water or fighting for rules in regards to water, which I think we would have anyway with Saturn in Pisces. On the 28th of the month, we're going to see that Mercury will conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So I anticipate this is going to be good news. I think it's going to be news that comes fast, something that's affecting all individuals, about individuals learning more about rights, and also incentivizing them to learn, travel, expand, and just be more courageous. Then on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. Very electrifying, okay? So this is going to be an interesting transit. You know, the North Node in Taurus is ruled by Venus, so to watch Venus go into her home sign and conjunct Uranus, shocks and surprises financially, with banking, with bonds, and with the markets, but also in regards to resources, supplies, and food. This can cause some shakeups in relationships, but it can also cause some makeups. And you might find that you're wanting to try something different, a different color, a different type of food. And maybe there's just something that's more kind of lively about your social life. But yeah, we can see lots of fluctuations going on, with resources, okay? Throughout this month, we're going to also see that there's going to be a number of ingresses. So when a planet moves into a new sign, it ingresses into that new sign. And there are so many this month. There's a lot of outer planet action going on. And so when outer planets switch signs, or we see contacts or significant aspects to them, we generally see these themes on the world stage. So on the 2nd, Mercury is going to enter Pisces, where it's not comfortable because, you know, Mercury in Pisces is working through the emotions and trying to find the words. The positive is that it can be very creative, very romantic, and very poetic. The more challenging side of this is people might feel a little indecisive when it comes to communicating, a little gun shy. There can also be a sense of yeah, not being able to find the words, and needing to work through emotions first. But what does help is readings, tarot cards, working with your pendulums, anything that's going to be a form of divination or self-reflection or meditation that's going to give you some insight. Dreams may be particularly strong with this as well. On the 7th, like I said, Saturn will be entering into the sign of Pisces, and we're going to be looking at some harsh realities in regards to where we're still facing limitations or separations or isolation in our daily life. I think part of this is because Pluto's going into Aquarius as well. You guys want to be looking all month long, okay? You need to be looking at Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not that other areas in your chart are not important, but this is where the action is currently. It's going to be within these 3 signs, and you can look at Taurus as well, but I want you to focus on at least Aquarius through Aries. So then we're going to see on the 16th, Venus is going to enter into Taurus. It's going to be a lot more comfortable than where it's been in the sign of Aries. She's trading her kind of her armor and her war gear for, you know, flowers, and she's like much more of like a milkmaid in here. She's much more romantic, sensual, soft, and it can be much easier for finances as well as relationships. On the 19th, we're going to see that Mercury will then speed through Pisces, moves into Aries, and has a lot to say. We might feel more motivated to communicate and share with other people. There can be a sense of wanting to share what we know or what we've learned, and everybody and their mother is going to have an opinion because Jupiter is going to be there as well. Really wonderful time to be learning about fitness, planning some kind of travel, or possibly even learning a new skill, right? Learning a new skill, something I would really recommend with some of these transits. On the 20th of the month, the sun will enter into Aries. That's when we're going to have the spring equinox. So here in the Northern Hemisphere, it's springtime. Everything's coming back to life. And on the 23rd, Pluto enters into Aquarius. Like I said, it'll be there about 2.5 months. So that is going to stay for a little while. And then on the 25th, Mars enters Cancer. So it's not unusual, right? We are always going to see Mercury and Venus and the sun change signs within a month. But the fact that we're throwing Saturn and Pluto and also Mars in the mix, there is a lot of stuff changing, guys. You guys are going to, like, your head's going to spin because you're going to be like, what is going on? This is such different energy than what we've been in. Moons for the month. On the 7th of March, we're going to have a full moon in Virgo that's going to be at 16 degrees. And that is going to be interesting because we're going to see oppositions from the new moon, from the full moon to Mercury. So if we have a Virgo moon, we want to look at Mercury. Mercury is going to be in its detriment, and it's going to be very close to Saturn. So that looks more about confusion and trying to make sense of things and gaining clarity, which is not going to be very easy until we get out of these Neptune squares. On the 21st, we're going to have that new moon in Aries at 0 degrees. Like I said, the first of 2 Aries new moons. So that's pretty significant. The second one's going to be at that critical 29 degrees, and it will be a solar eclipse. So those will be coming soon. This month-ish, you're going to start feeling the eclipse energy because we're going to start seeing that the first round of eclipses for the spring is going to be around the 3rd week of April next month. And then we're going to have one that's going to be around the 5th of May. So generally about a month before the eclipses, you start feeling them. So, you know, some of us might say, well, it's the eclipse energy. And I would say, no, it's all the outer planets and the fact that the eclipses are kicking in, and we're going to start to realize that cycles are being completed. Okay. As a reminder, all planets are direct. So even if things are crazy and you're feeling overwhelmed and you're like, how do I adapt to this new energy? Just breathe, take your time, stay grounded, and remember that it needs to be full steam ahead. Between now and the beginning of April, we are going to have all planets direct. So you need to get out there and launch your businesses, plan your parties, make your trips planning, anything you want to do in regards to, like, you know, engagements, marriages, really prominent decisions that you guys want to make. We're being blessed right now with all these planets direct. So regardless of what happens, know that the universe has your back, and it's really encouraging you to turn over a new leaf and enjoy this new energy. All right, so as a reminder, okay, I am a Western astrologer. That's what I practice, Western or tropical astrology. This is going to be your March 2023 horoscopes for each and every one of the 12 signs. And I recommend that you listen to your rising sign first, okay? That's where you're gonna get the most accurate reading from me, is by listening to your rising sign, followed by your sun and your moon. So if you listen to all three of those, it's gonna give you a little bit of insight in terms of what's gonna happen. When we write horoscopes, we're writing it from the perspective of the ascendant sign. The sun sign might apply more to your career or your overall happiness, while the moon sign might be something that you need to hear in regards to your home, your private life, or your family. Now, I use the whole house system just to make it simple while I do these horoscope predictions. If you happen to have houses that are intercepted, if you use Placidus, you may have to listen to two different rising signs, okay? Personally, in my one-on-one sessions, I do like to use Placidus. So when you're looking at the new moons, the full moons, the planetary ingresses, look at the degrees that they're going to be making. And then I would recommend going and taking a look at what house that's going to be. And that's going to help you better determine and decide which rising sign you need to be listening to. And always, if this sounds like Latin and it's confusing to you, go to my website, click that below at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I would be happy to read you your natal chart or talk to you about your transits and give you some insight on what's coming for the year ahead. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the horoscopes for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. All right, so this is going to be for Aries and Aries rising. Welcome to your March 2023. Hope it's a good one for you, especially if it's your birthday. Happy birthday. So we're going to start the month off first with talking about the Mercury conjunct Saturn in Aquarius. Okay, so we've got this conjunction. There we go. We got this conjunction right here. Essentially, really pay attention. There is going to be some news, perhaps from a friend or a group, or something in regards to social media, something in regards to working with a group of people or communicating with a group of people, like a decision has been made, or it could be a difficult conversation that you have with a friend. Saturn's been going through this part of your chart really for the better part of the last 2.5, almost 3 years. And this might represent making up your mind or getting a definitive decision about joining a club. And it can be a day that can be more challenging when it comes to agreeing with others. So I would say just keep in mind that not everybody is going to share the same opinion. So it can be a difficult day to kind of reach a consensus with others, and even perhaps navigate some issues at work, because Mercury rules your 3rd and your 6th house. Difficult news maybe from a friend in regards to work or perhaps their health as well. Same day though, we're going to see Venus and Jupiter come into conjunction. Extra sweet. Venus rules your relationship house. It also deals with money, and it's in your first. So first of all, it has you looking fabulous. Great day for taking a picture. Great day for practicing a lot of self-love, really focusing on that. Speaking kindly to yourself. Jupiter rules your 9th house of philosophy and your 12th house, which can do with manifestation. So you're manifesting something, you're bringing something together, and it does deal with your physical body or your appearance. Very much, I think that it's about finding strength through self-acceptance. Venus will be in close proximity to Chiron, so it's about also working through issues where you feel like you're not valued or you're feeling insecure. Just a day that you want to give yourself a little bit of extra love, okay? Equally, you might feel that you're just really affectionate with other people, or other people are really affectionate with you. It can be just like a major love fest day. Might ease the pain of the Mercury-Saturn conjunction. You know, somebody says something because they love and they care about you. Just don't take it to heart. All right, then on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn enter into Pisces. Okay, so this is going to be obviously a challenging energy for most people. Saturn going into a sign that is going to deal with limitation, isolation, mental health, spirituality, hidden places. you are one of those signs that I would say really consider developing a regular meditation routine. It can be really helpful. Having something that you can study or practice that can be of spiritual nature. Now, Saturn rules your 10th house of career and your 11th house of goals. So I could see this as some of you guys working in the nonprofit field, working in education, wanting to work with foreigners, going back to school, completing a degree, something that has to deal with mental or physical health. Really, the list goes on, but it will be about 2.5 years of having Saturn in your 12th house. So you may feel like you're kind of going a little bit into hibernation mode, focusing on privacy and really appreciating your private time. The 12th house can also be the bedroom. So there can be a sense of like wanting to create this like Zen zone within your bedroom, and bringing in much more like water features, or maybe like a stone and water type of feature with Saturn being in Pisces. Screens also, changing screens to things that have like fish tanks and aquariums or beach scenes. It doesn't matter if it's your desktop, if it's your cell phone, if it's your iPad. These things are also going to help kind of mellow you out and calm you down. Just a simple remedy. But take time consciously to be by yourself and reflect. That's the best way to move through this. And some of you guys may be putting in some rather long hours working hard behind the scenes with other people when it comes to work in general. For others, this might represent also just a total change in the direction of where you're going with your career also. We've got on the 7th, the 14th. There we go. I'm trying to do both this time, okay? I'm trying to do both. On the 14th, we've got Mars in Gemini. So this is important because this is your chart ruler. Coming into the 3rd and final square with Neptune. There has been issues with communication. There's been issues with getting the point across and people misunderstanding or feeling like you're afraid to speak out or wanting to proceed forward in regards to a blog or a podcast, or maybe even moving, and you just haven't known like which end is up. Now, Neptune rules your 12th house of what's unseen, and obviously Mars is in the 3rd house of communication. So maybe if you've been afraid to speak up and have a conversation with a neighbor, with a sibling, you're finally ready to do it. Maybe you're finally clicking the button and you're launching your very own website, or you're posting on a blog for the first time and you're focusing on visibility. Mars also deals with the change. So it seems like you've been like really thinking and reflecting about how to change your communication style, or how to navigate a change with a vehicle, or possibly even with a close family member. This has possibly brought some mental stress, and I think you guys are realizing that peace is much more valuable right now. Finding peace, and whether that's just taking time to take a walk in nature, or making the decision that you're going to limit your screen time and shut your phone off, or you're not going to participate on certain platforms, whatever. Just be mindful with visibility, especially if you're driving. You know, Neptune can be anything in regards to water, or storms, or visibility issues with the skies, or even at night. And then we've got Mars, which is about, you know, moving quickly, being in a vehicle. Watch your surroundings. The day is revolving around this whenever you're coming or you're going anywhere, and just be mindful of how you're communicating, and make sure that you have facts behind what you're saying or what you're writing, and that there isn't any like deceptive qualities going on, right? Passive aggressive communication can be a thing. Go back and look at the dates that I gave you guys earlier, the last few times that you had this square. On the 15th, we're going to see that the sun will then come into conjunction with Neptune. You guys are going to see a bunch of these. I didn't want to list all of them because it's going to seem like a lot, and I want to break it down as the month goes on, but let me just put it very simply. We've got a bunch of planets in Pisces, right? Saturn, Mercury, the sun, and Neptune, which is dreamy, whimsical, sleepy. It's very private. It's kind of magical. It's unseen. We can't see very clearly. This can be that time right before your birthday where you're like, I just want to be left alone. You know, I need more rest. I need more recuperation, or I want to go on a trip by myself. I want to be on a retreat. I want to have the bedroom to myself. Like these are things that'll come up for you. And it's all in disharmony. Mercury, the sun, Neptune, it's all in disharmony with Mars. So if you find that you're getting snippy, it's because you're not giving yourself these things. If you find that you're getting agitated and you're feeling rushed, it's because you are anxious and you're not dealing with it properly. right? And also Pisces 12th house is everything that kind of spiritually surrounds us in other realms that we're not aware of. Clear those bedrooms, sage those bedrooms, you know, have your mists and your aromatherapy and your sprays as much as you can do that. That's really going to kind of help you wind down because managing anxiety and stress is going to be the key here, okay? But with the Sun conjunct Neptune, that might be a day where you're feeling like, you know what, I need to be coloring in my coloring book today. Like I need to be binging on Netflix today. I need to be resting. I need to be recuperating. The Sun is about energy and vitality. It rules your 5th house of creativity. It's in the 12th. I think you're feeling inspired. This is like a day where you might just be really feeling like vision boarding and creating and meditating and reflecting and just, yeah, if you need a mental health day, the Sun Neptune in the 12th house would definitely be the time to do it. But it would be a great time just to be having fun in the sun and having like a day, you know, at the beach. On the 20th, we're going to see the Sun go into Aries. So you're coming into your time. This is going to be really wonderful because you got a ton of planets that are going to sit on your ascendant. The days after this, as we're coming into the new moon, is really, really, really potent. So you're going to have 2 new moons in your sign. How do you want your body to look? What are your goals? How do you want to be more assertive? What are you going after? I could see a lot of you. I've seen a lot of Aries, Sun, Moon, and risings. I've seen a lot of natal Venus in Aries as well that have been donning their red hair. So I'll go as far as saying I feel like there might be like a redhead trend that's coming here over the springtime. We might notice a lot of that, and also a lot of really short hair, more masculine kind of haircuts with Venus moving through this sign. Okay, so one thing that you need to know is that with the Sun entering into your sign, it's exalted. So it's going to bring more attention and energy to your body. I'm wondering, like, what is your outlet, right? Be active, get out there, do something, blow off some steam, but also you're demanding a lot of attention. Like you'll walk into a room and people are really going to notice you. And that archetype of Aries is about being strong and being fierce. So I think this is about you really kind of feeling yourself once that Sun ingress happens. And keep in mind the very next day there will be a new moon. So you want to work with both of them. One won't be until April. You don't need to worry about that one yet. Just know that this one is really going to be strong for any of the Aries because it's the very first degree of that sign. Okay, so setting intentions in regards to your needs and your goals. Then we're going to be seeing on the 23rd that Pluto's going to move into Aquarius. Honestly, Aries, Aquarius is your friend, okay? So it creates a sextile to your sign naturally, which means it funnels positive energy into your sign. So like, let's say you're an Aries rising, Sun or Moon within the first like 3 or 4 degrees of Aries. Pluto sextile your planets is supporting you, it's empowering you, it's going to bring you other people, groups, it's going to also help you really tune into your goals. So don't fear this transit. But Pluto does deal with the 8th house in your chart, which is about death, sex, taxes, inheritances, spousal support, you know, endings in a way. So Pluto will make, he'll make his voice heard in a very loud manner in the world. We're going to see archetypal themes of Pluto come up. What could this mean? It can mean that you are joining a very powerful group. You are putting together a very powerful group. Perhaps maybe you join a union for support. Maybe you decide that you're joining or you're starting something in regards to like a social network or like a website or a community. The 11th house is also really important because this is the money that you make because it's second to your 10th house. So there can be a profound shift in terms of the way that your business is making money. Some of you guys may start looking at how you can be receiving money in cryptocurrencies or other ways to be able to get paid, but it's definitely going to be a huge change in regards to that. This can also be a challenging time in regards to a relationship with a friend. Pluto can deal with a death and a rebirth process in regards to your relationship with other social groups, or it can be the end of the line in terms of a relationship that you're having with a friend. I don't like to like throw around like death references because I'm not God. I don't know these things. But I can tell you that it is not unusual for there to be an ending of a relationship or a friendship here that can feel like you're mourning, right? The loss of that friendship. So that can come up throughout these transits. We are also going to be seeing, Pluto will stay here for about 2.5 months. So you're going to get a little bit of a brief experience of what that will bring. Personally, like when an outer planet changes signs, you're going to feel it. But when there's other aspects that are applying, like the North and the South node, which are moving to square Pluto, which will reinforce this placement, like the fact that Jupiter is going to move into Taurus and square this degree is going to reinforce this placement. I would say that nobody's going to get a pass with the Pluto and Aquarius transit. So if you don't like your friends, if you don't like who you're socializing with, change it. You want to be with people who are going to be about the future, okay? Aquarius is about the future, and groups that are going to want to be banding together and finding ways to be able to support one another. Some of your best support is going to come from, some kind of group or some kind of collaboration, okay? We have got on the 25th, your planetary ruler is changing signs. This is important because Mars rules your chart. So Mars will be moving into the sign of Cancer, where it is not comfortable, it's crabby. You guys have seen that meme, right? Where the crab is like holding the knife and like people make jokes and they're like, oh, Mars in Cancer, or like, like Sun in Cancer. Do not underestimate the energy of Cancer energy. It can be very protective. It can also be very reactionary, okay? So your emotions may be hard to contain. Now, Mars can also be about conflict. It can be about energy, movement, and it's going through your 4th house, which is an angular house. It's very active when you have planets here. You're going to be having the sun come into a square with Mars. So you're going to be like, I want to do stuff. I want to do it now. And then it's going to cause a little bit of a ruckus in the home. Now, Mars in the 4th house, I always recommend, okay, find a list of things to do. Make a list of things to do. If you have to go and hang up pictures, if you have to lift up sofas and clean, if you've been meaning to paint a deck, if you've been meaning to redo, a bedroom set, do these things. Because Mars in the 4th house can bring unwanted visitors. I think back to like a Mars transit I had last year when Mars was going through my 4th house, and I remember saying this in my horoscopes. Thankfully, I think my husband, like doing stuff around the house, kind of kept from it being worse, but we literally had people jump in the backyard. We had a guy jump through the backyard and take off through the backyard, and kind of scary, right? So you can have intruders. So if you're actively working with the Mars energy in your home, you are less likely to have some of those issues. Mars is going to rule the 8th house. So this can be also about locks, safes, security, anything, cameras, things like that. And throughout the Mars transit, it will also come into a trine with Saturn. So I feel like this is about feeling like you have more control over your home. The fact that Mars is coming into your 4th house, if you have roommates, if you live with other people, if you live with family, it can get a little temperamental. You can get a little bossy or kind of argumentative, especially in the kitchen or things that are going on within the kitchen space. So just be mindful of that. Have something to do. It'll help you kind of move through that transit a little bit better. Then on the 28th of the month, we are going to see that, there we go. We're going to see that Mercury is going to come into conjunction with Jupiter in Aries. So this is really, I like this energy a lot. It'll be earlier in the day, but that's okay. So that conjunction is going to be happening right here. Now it's in your 1st house, so it makes me feel like it's an announcement maybe that you're making. It might be that you're like, okay, I've got this, insight in terms of working through a job issue or a health issue, or I got some kind of results back or a test back in regards to my health. Equally, it can mean that you're talking about moving or making changes on the home front, okay? Because Mercury rules the 3rd house. You might just be a little bit more trigger happy, like posting things on the internet that day, or just a little bit more active when it comes to initiating phone calls, texts, and reaching out to other people. You might just be running around getting work done, okay? That day in particular with Mars and the moon in a square does make me feel like you're going to be a little combative. So just be mindful of how you communicate. Know that you're going to have Mercury that's going to be really close to Chiron, so there can be a sense of wounding. But overall, Mercury and Jupiter is, I've learned this new information, I want to share it with everybody. And you might be teaching or instructing something to someone. And it's also a really great time to just express what's on your mind, because you have so many planets in your first house. There might be changes also that are going on with your body, but it's positive. And then finally on the 30th, we're going to have Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So this conjunction will be taking place around 16 degrees in your second house. So basically, Venus rules relationships, Venus rules your money, okay? So when you've got Venus in the second house, it's very strong. The fact that it's coming into conjunction with Uranus makes me feel like there's a sudden fluctuation or change or situation that happens with your resources. Now, it is happening at a 16 degrees, so it makes me feel like it's somehow connected to expenses relating to home, family, food, something in regards to land, something that you have to suddenly, invest money into. Maybe you have to go back and forth with a partner about, do we buy this for the kitchen? Do we look into selling our property? Do we look into moving? These things might happen because you have so much emphasis here between the 4th and the 2nd house. Changes in style, changes with investments, changes with also the market. So, there can be some major fluctuations here. So just be mindful that this is a day where you don't want to, go off on a bender and spend a bunch of money, because it might be something that kind of disrupts the harmony with a partner. But it can also be, suddenly having something come in out of the blue that you weren't expecting. But it definitely seems more about how you're emotionally responding to whatever this is, or dropping some cash on something in regards to your home situation. All right, so that's pretty much the month ahead for you guys. So let me read you your tarot cards, which are over there. I didn't grab them, hold on. So that way you guys can know what is coming for the month ahead. And this is gonna be the tarot for March 2023 for Aries. What do they need to know? Oh, wow. Okay, that's woof. Okay, so you have 5 of Pentacles. Between Pluto going into your 11th house, which can represent huge changes in regards to work and income, and between, I think, the Venus-Uranus conjunction in the 2nd house, it can be like, okay, there's some financial stuff that's come up that, is not ideal. 5 of Pentacles does talk about being left out in the cold and fear of not having enough or not being taken care of. Keep in mind, this is a mindset, okay? Having Jupiter and all these planets in your sign right now is really kind of highlighting the fact that you need to be positive and optimistic and take action in regards to what's happening in your life. Very soon in the spring, you're going to have Jupiter going into your 2nd house of money, which is going to enhance your resources. You're also going to see an eclipse there in May. So this might be a bump in the road, but for some of you guys, it might also feel like, okay, I can't continue to keep going on like this, like something has to give financially, and feeling like you're not getting the support that you need. If that's the case, rather than being short-tempered with some of these Mars squares, communicate and tell your family what you need for support, or your loved ones or people who are in the home. Try to be as upfront and honest and vulnerable as possible, even if it means that you're going to have to swallow your pride a little bit. That's what a lot of these conjunctions to Chiron is going to be about this month, swallowing our pride. Good luck, Aries. All right, so we have got Taurus and Taurus rising. I hope you're doing well, Taurus. This is your March 2023 horoscopes. So we're going to start off the month first by looking at March the 2nd. This is going to be when Mercury comes into a conjunction with Saturn at 29 degrees. Not the day to go toe-to-toe with a boss, okay? Not the day to argue something in regards to money or resources at work. You might find that there is some difficult financial news. Perhaps even there is some difficult budgeting things that come up. You might feel like it's your responsibility to handle a money or a financial matter. Saturn is going to be about your beliefs as well as education and anything in regards to your career. It's going to be making this conjunction in a angular house. So this means that it's going to be quite active, and it might even be very visible. making really important statements, you know, comments. I do think this is going to be a time where you're also really reflecting on the work that you're doing out in the world and your financial situation. Like, you might be letting clients know that, hey, you know what, I'm, you know, going to be moving on or graduating from this position. This is where I'm going. You may also be considering raising your prices because there's something changing about the way that you look at the work that you're doing. Now, some of you guys might be graduating. You might be also traveling, or you might be doing some kind of training pertaining to work. That's the other way that I can look at this. But watch for really important conversations out in terms of your career, you know, space that this is going to be taking place. Be mindful that bosses can be a little stern. They can be heavy. There can be a sense of them also being very hypercritical of your job. If you happen to be a parent, this is also a day where parenting can be a little heavy because Mercury rules your 5th house of children. And perhaps maybe there's conversations that you're having with a younger person, a child, or a romantic partner about your spending habits or their spending habits and what you're willing to give them. The very same day, we're going to see Venus conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So this is a really sweet aspect. It doesn't matter what sign you are, but you happen to be someone who is ruled by Venus. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this can go one of two ways. I'm not going to say it's dicey, but it can definitely go one of two ways. For starters, you know, Venus being in the sign of Aries is not as comfortable as she would like to be. So she is in her fall, so she is a little bit more aggressive. We've got the conjunction to Jupiter, which is going to be about friends and goals and institutions. The fact that these are meeting in the 12th house is very spiritual. It is great for retreats. It's great for planning a trip or going somewhere with a group of other people. The other way that I look at this is Venus rules your 6th house of coworkers and also pets and daily routine. So the Jupiter conjunction here makes me feel like there can be a little bit of like a secret romance with someone at work or someone who you're working with, and you know that it's like taboo, but you potentially do it anyway and you keep it kind of private. The other way that I could look at this is like pets or prominent women, or maybe even like coworkers in your life are undergoing some health-related challenges and they're needing to go to a center, or they're needing to gain treatment or something of that nature. Especially if you have female animals, really pay attention because they can have a health scare, as much as I hate to say that. But the 12th house is about mysticism and spirituality and magic and our belief system. I would recommend using like red or yellow or orange lights when you go to sleep. Maybe put some candles in your bedroom just to kind of like wind down. Working out, working through moods. There can be some moods that are going on, and you may feel that you just need a little bit of space from a partner right now because Mars is the ruler of your 7th house. Those of you guys who are undergoing relationship issues, this might be a time where you're considering or contemplating doing some kind of relationship therapy. Those of you guys who are not in relationships, love can be found abroad, or love can be found in the most unexpected places. Then on the 7th, let's see. Oops. Trying to find the best way to do this for you guys. Sorry. Maybe I'll just leave this. I don't want to mess with it. I don't want to mess with it. Sorry. Then on the 7th, we're going to have Saturn that's going to move into Pisces. I'll just pull up my marker here. There we go. So Saturn's going to move into Pisces in your natal 11th house. Okay. So this is going to bring up the theme of limitations, responsibility, commitment, karma, when it comes to friends and organizations, okay? Saturn rules your 9th house of your belief system, foreign travel, education, philosophy, and 10th house of career. Personally, I mean, I know you've been kind of getting your butt kicked for the last 2 years with Saturn and Aquarius. It's been really challenging because it's been having you focus on nothing but work. Now it's going to go into the 11th house where you really start to get the recognition, and you really start to get the rewards for all of the work that you've been doing. So you have to make a commitment, right, to celebrating, hanging out with friends, socializing, and also like really getting serious about your goals outside of your career. What does this mean? Well, 2.5 years of maybe needing to try a little bit harder to get out there and go and make new friends, or being a part of a group, or, you know, just initiating social gatherings a little bit more. It is a more friendly sign because Pisces naturally sextiles Taurus, so you're going to see lots of support throughout this transit for the next few years. Where getting together with groups of other people is really helping support the person that you're becoming. You're going to see that this is even more important in this next year with Jupiter in your sign, and you're realizing that you can get to where you want to go with the right tribe. Okay, so then on the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mars and Gemini come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. So Mars has been in your second house, Gemini, for months, really since the end of last year. And yeah, I think Mars, you know, having gone retrograde in your second house is like having you scale back on money, not spending as much, maybe not eating as much. Maybe there's also been a sense of you really focusing on trying to you know, cope with a change or a loss of some kind of income. So those of you guys who are working 2 jobs, or you had money coming in 2 ways, one may have potentially dried up. Mars rules your 7th house and your other people, and it also rules the 12th house of what's subconscious. So as Mars is going through the second house, honestly, it can kind of burn a hole in your pocket. You're like, I want to be buying stuff, I want to be eating. You might find that you're wanting to spend more money on cars or travel or gadgets. These are all Gemini related things. It is forming the 3rd and final square to Neptune. There can be a sense of not realizing how much money is going out because you've been socializing and partying. You're going to see a number of planets that are going to come through here. Mercury, the Sun, and Neptune will all have their showdown with Mars, which is basically saying, like, you don't have to break the bank just to go out and socialize with other people. Some of you guys are going to find that there's going to be like union dues that are going to come up, or there's going to be parties that you need to attend. And then you're like, okay, well, I have to spend money to get to these places, or I have to be, you know, bringing gifts, or I have to be contributing. And it might just be like an ever growing list of expenses. And I would just say, don't let it kind of get away with you. Equally, there can be a little bit of back and forth that you're having with a partner about your financial goals. On the 15th of the month, we'll see then the Sun come into conjunction with Neptune. The Sun does rule your home and your family. The connection to Neptune makes me feel like this can be a sweet transit. Like, it'd be a great day to have friends over and have like a family feast, right? Or to have a party or a barbecue or a get together. It can be a time where there is a friend that you're talking to who's a little blue or who's a little down, because the Sun Neptune can be a little emotional, and they're like, I just need someone to talk to. Can I come over? And I would be like, yes, come over. You know, I'm here for you. There can be some shadiness going on with groups or with friends. Watch for scams and things that can happen online or on social media. I also feel like this can be about you reflecting on past goals, and possibly even maybe reconnecting with either friends or family that you haven't seen for some time. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see that the Sun is going to enter into Aries. So the Sun will be moving into your 12th house, where you're coming into that season right before your birthday, where you're resting and recuperating a little bit more. The Sun in the 12th house does make me feel like you really need to pay attention and watch male family members, okay, because the Sun can be male family members. But the 12th house can bring up issues relating to their health, okay? So it's not unusual for relatives to be like, I need to go to the hospital, I need to see my doctor, and to be resting and recuperating. Equally, it might be the time where you're really focusing on making your home more of like a Zen space. Maybe you're setting up a private office, maybe you're setting up a meditation room. There's something that's going on where you're trying to focus on healing and like the alone time that you have, especially if you're wanting to create a private space where you're like wanting to work out or like having like fitness stuff. So if you're wanting to turn an extra or a spare room into like a gym or somewhere where you're doing yoga, that would be a wonderful way to use this energy. When planets are in the 12th house, they are more mystical, magical, and private. So if you're not consciously taking time to work with those energies, sometimes you can feel a little evasive, a little tired, and a little bit more under the weather. So you just want to watch for that. On the 20th, we will also have the solstice. So just keep in mind that That is going to be a time where energies are turning over. The very next day, we're going to have a new moon. So you're setting intentions revolving around your spiritual beliefs and your spiritual goals. On the 23rd, we are going to see Pluto enter into Aquarius. And just when you thought you were done with this energy, there is more. I will say this for all of the signs, okay? We've got ingresses happening in cardinal, in fixed, and mutable. So nobody gets a pass. There's no one side that's going to, I think, have it worse than the other. Everybody's going to have a whole new slew of things to deal with. But in many ways, the Saturn in Aquarius transit was really kind of setting the stage for Pluto moving into Aquarius and saying, now we have to, you know, really totally change and transform everything. We've been preparing for this for some time. So what has Saturn in your 10th house taught you other than, you know, really seeing a project or a professional goal all the way through takes a whole lot of work, right? But I think now that Pluto is showing up and going into your 10th house, it's a really profound time in regards to your career. Now, Pluto rules your 7th house, and it does deal with change, transformation, and rebirth energy. The fact that it's moving into your whole sign 10th tells me that there is a huge transformation that's about to happen with your career. For many of you guys, it'll be a streak where you just become very well known in your field, or you move to much more powerful positions. For others, it can be this final realization that a relationship with a job or an employer or a boss, it just simply ain't working. There can definitely be some complex situations where there can be some romantic interest that can be going on with superiors at work. That can happen, the temptation that can come from that. And because Pluto rules your 7th house of managers, business partners, marital partners, clients, it's like, you know, the 7th and the 10th house does deal with fame. Some of you guys are moving away from relationships and you're full steam ahead, focusing on your career. Others are really focusing on repositioning themselves with partners who are going to be kind of giving them, you know, more exposure. Bottom line is big things are happening with your career, and it can be your relationships as well, and how relationship shifting is really changing the way that you identify out in the world. I'm not going to candy coat it. Some Taurus risings with the eclipses in this square are like, I am now divorced. Others are going to be like, I have found my forever person and we're building our empire. So it really depends, but I think that there's going to be lots of opportunity to collaborate with people who are going to definitely help you get to where you want to go in your career. On the 25th, we're going to see that Mars will enter the sign of Cancer. So it will leave Gemini in the 2nd house. It's going to move into the 3rd house. And keep in mind, Mars rules your 7th. So when Mars moves into Cancer, it's not comfortable, but it's still harmonizing with your sign. So as long as you're feeling steady and grounded and kind of stable, you'll be able to kind of temper some of the flames that come with Mars. However, Mars in the 3rd house can bring more focus and emphasis in running around. Be careful with speeding. That can be a thing. There can be a sense of just having more emotional kind of outbursts in terms of communication. There might be tension with neighbors, with siblings, and also just a lot more busyness. Because Mars also rules your 12th house, I wonder if like your subconscious fears are coming to the forefront, and there can be a sense of you know, communicating and reacting out of fear. And I would say, don't do that. Take a breath, you know, don't get overwhelmed, don't get worked up, and be very mindful, because a lot of subconscious stuff is going to be coming up now. How you text, email, what have you. There can be a natural, very quick instinctual impulse. Now, Saturn will be in your 11th house. So watching Mars trine Saturn does make me feel like you're motivated to communicate and reach out and talk to other people, and it's helping kind of lay the foundation for you know, your collaboration with friends and other groups. So maybe it's just that you're taking the lead on that and you're sending all those emails. On the 28th, we're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Jupiter in Aries. So that'll be happening in your 12th house. So Mercury rules your 5th house of children, romance, and taking chances. It also rules your 2nd house of money and resources, and it will conjunct here in your 12th house. I have a feeling that you're going to have like a really good idea for a creative project that may be something that you want to keep top secret, or something that you're working on and you're not really ready to share with the world yet. I also feel like it's possible that you may have a really prominent dream that was like foreshadowing some kind of positive financial growth that's going to be happening in the future. Somebody may tell you a secret or give you an inside tip about something that's going to be happening in regards to finances, or maybe even making an investment. But it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a little mystical and magical. It'll be kind of hidden as well. It might come through the form of a reading. If somebody does a reading for you, or maybe you're pulling tarot cards, you're working with your oracle deck, something can pop up that can also give you that information. And then on the 30th, we're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. This is really important for you because Venus will have moved into your sign. As Venus moves through your sign, which is going to be happening closer to the 16th of the month, it's really wonderful, you know, getting a new haircut, getting some new clothes, you know, working on your appearance, changing your perfumes or your aroma, you know, like oils and things that maybe you wear, your essential oils, because Taurus can be about what smells good or what feels good. So you're looking for quality. Maybe with the Venus-Uranus conjunction, you're like, I want to do something crazy and dramatic to my appearance. Some of you guys are going to be like, yes, I'm going and getting the nose ring, or yes, I'm going to be, you know, like dyeing my hair bright blue, and it's something shocking. Here's what I would say. Those hard contacts between Venus and Uranus are not easy. So it's likely that you'll do something that is really out of the blue, like out of left field, and it's very Uranian, and you may not like it. So I would say do a trial run, right? Like it sounds crazy, but like do the temporary tattoo, get the wig, like try putting a nose ring on your nose before you pierce it. Because you've got Pluto that's up at the top part of your chart. So if you decide that you're just going to go ham and do all the tattoos and the crazy things or make the sudden changes, it can also be aesthetically, you may not like it, and it may come into some conflict with your appearance out in the world, at least in your professional life. So I would not advise you to do any surgical elective procedures. I wouldn't advise you to do anything crazy with your appearance. I would just wait. You might also feel like you want to break free. I mean, it's a great day to wear a loud pattern or do something, you know, unusual in regards to your daily routine. Okay, Venus rules your 6th house of health. So I'm wondering, like, can you go and get like an oxygen facial, or can you go and do something that's going to be like a fitness dance class or something to kind of move that energy out of your body so you're not being erratic in other ways. And that's pretty much it for the month ahead for you guys. So let me go ahead and pull a tarot card for you and let you know what the tarot says in regards to the month ahead. The card that I got is the 5 of Swords. Not off to a great start so far, guys. 2 5s. 5 of Swords. I think this is about watching your words, laying your swords down, choosing not to fight fire with fire, and just being mindful of what comes out of your mouth, which I think is really going to be the Mars transit. More than anything, there can just be this impulse to just want to kind of have a little bit of a tiff, and it's not worth it, right? The 5 of Swords is really showing us where there can be not just difficulties in communication, but there could be some dangerous situations that can kind of go down where things can be said that you can't take back, right? Keep in mind that Mars does rule your South Node. So as Mars is going into the 3rd house, conversations that you're having with friends or partners can definitely be more serious and more definitive. And there can be some things that can be said that you can't come back from, okay? Hang in there, Taurus. Definitely let me know how it goes with that Pluto ingress. I'm curious to see how you guys feel, if you're feeling empowered or if there's just a really dramatic change in regards to your career. Good luck. All right, so we have got Gemini and Gemini rising. Welcome to your March 2023 horoscope overview. Hopefully you're doing well. So we're going to kick the month off with the 2nd of March. And this is going to be important because we see a conjunction involving your chart ruler. We see Saturn and Mercury come into conjunction with each other in the sister sign of Aquarius in your natal 9th house. So because Mercury rules your chart, anytime Mercury has any contact at all with other planets or squares or oppositions, you're going to feel it. And in astrology, 29 degrees is a critical degree. And also, yeah, seeing that conjunction, the conjunction is the strongest aspect that we can see in astrology. So there's a blending together of you, your thoughts, your communication, your ideas, your belief, and also home or family or the past meeting in the 9th. Now, Saturn rules your 8th and your 9th house, and I have a feeling there may be a sense of clicking buy on the airplane tickets, you know, deciding that you're going to apply for the college, sending out the final draft for your book, finding out that you are, you know, graduating and you're getting your degree. There's some sense of completion here with Mercury conjunct Saturn. And it can also be about a commitment to a new belief system or to just a new like spiritual practice as well. I think this can be more challenging because Saturn is a heavy energy, so you're going to have to work a little bit harder to kind of keep the faith this day. Watch for really important conversations that you might have with teachers, gurus, or mentors. Same day, we have Venus coming into conjunction with Jupiter, okay? So Jupiter rules your relationships and career, and Venus has connections to your 12th house and your 5th house. Here's what I think. I feel like for the most part, this is kind of indicating you may get a lot of support from a partner. You might get a lot of support from friends. If you're single, a friend might want to set you up with someone. They might invite you to a party. They might try to kind of say, hey, let's go out. Let's have a good time. Let's see if we meet someone. I would really advise you to go. You know, parties can be totally fun. There can also be just an opportunity to meet other singles or meet other people who are trying to diversify some of their social groups. So don't be weird about going out and trying to socialize and meeting people by yourself. It's totally fine. Very sweet news maybe coming also from friends, or a friend might be there to kind of lend a helping hand because Venus has connections to your 12th as well as, yeah, I guess technically you could say it's got connections to the north and the south node because it is sextiling Mars in your sign. All right, so that connection is going to be more social. Then we've got on the 7th of the month, Saturn is going to enter into Pisces. Okay, so this is where you need to get a Taurus friend to be like, what's the transit going to be like? So Saturn's going to move into Pisces. It's going to be there for the better part of the next 2.5 years. Throughout this next year, it's going to go from 0 to 7 degrees. So if you have anything from 0 to, let's say, 10 degrees of Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, you will be experiencing Saturn square these placements this year, which can feel like delays or challenges and just, you know, cutting through red tape to try to make things happen all year. Saturn rules your 8th house of joint resources and other people's money. It also rules the 9th house of legality. It's moving into the 10th. 2.5 years of Saturn in your 10th house. First of all, Saturn loves being in the 10th house. It wants to get to work. It wants to focus on responsibility and building something in regards to your career out in the world. For those of you guys who are older, it might also represent that you're getting ready to retire, or you're thinking about selling your business or bringing on a business partner. For those of you guys who still have questions and concerns about what am I going to be when I grow up? Am I going to find a job? You know, do I go and pursue my dream profession? This transit's actually really going to help you. The problem is that it's going to come into a square with your ascendant and your descendant, depending on the degrees. So you're going to feel like work is taking top precedent and a lot of your time, and it's taking time away from you and also from other people. So you're going to just be feeling like you're just like really working. It's not a bad transit. There's just a need to kind of really show up. Some of you guys might become managers or fulfill positions where you're going to be like a superior, or you're going to be guiding other people. Watch for issues at work in regards to changes in insurance, changes in benefits. We might hear that, you know, in the field that you're in, that there's layoffs that might be coming, as much as I hate to say that. Especially if the employer is kind of saying, well, we don't really know what's going on, you know, we're waiting to get numbers back. And there can be some really difficult things that can kind of come up with Saturn going into the 10th house if you're not in the right position. Now, if you're in the right field, or if you're really thinking about now launching your own business or doing your own thing, this energy can be really wonderful for helping kind of build your dream career. On the 14th, we're going to see the third and final Mars in Gemini square Neptune and Pisces. So you probably feel like you're all over the place, right? Since really the better part of last summer, Mars has been in your sign. Now it went retrograde closer to the end of October of 2022. It went direct in January. So now you're kind of getting your groove back with Mars being direct in your sign. So you're feeling like more motivated, or maybe you have more energy now, and you have a better idea of like what your goals are and what you're pursuing, what direction you're going in. Here's the challenge. You're going to see a whole slew of planets in Pisces. So you'll see Mercury, which is the mind, the Sun, which is about energy and drive, and then you're going to have Neptune, which is about vision, all in the 10th house. So there's a lot of like, what is going to happen at work, or what is going on, or why is my boss acting fishy, or like, why aren't they telling everybody, like, you know, why we're having this private meeting, like, what's the big secret? And it's going to come into a square with Mars. So you really want to go back, look at those dates that I gave you as to the last few times that we saw the Mars-Neptune squares. There can be a sense of you getting impatient or aggressive or aggravated as a result of lack of leadership or lack of direction at work. And it can incentivize you to be like, I'm going to make the change. I'm not waiting for other people to step in and do it. Watch how you communicate with others. Yes, you may have a vision and an idea of what direction you want to go in, but you can be a little impulsive with this square and not always be looking where you're going. Not a time to be speeding either. With all these planets in the 10th house, it does deal with superiors. You are much more likely to have you know, the boss come down on you. You're much more likely to get caught in the speed trap. It can be more difficult dealing with police officers and government officials. So I really would say be very careful with these squares, because you may find yourself not being able to talk yourself out of a speeding or a parking ticket. Okay. So now we've got on the 15th, we are going to be seeing the Sun and Neptune come into conjunction. That is a day where, I guess, dreaming big in regards to your career, but it can also be, is this really what I want? You know, is this the direction I want to go in? There can be a sense of questioning things, really wondering like who's in charge, who's running the show also at work. You know, a day where like things are going kind of haywire. The Sun rules the third house of communication. And also siblings. So you may find that you're trying to talk to a sibling about a family-oriented matter or, you know, matter, or taking care of one of your parents, and you've just got somebody who's like avoidant and they're not answering the phone, and, you know, they're hiding something, they're not communicating well. So you might feel like, okay, you know, obviously I'm going to have to be the one that's going to have to go and pick up mom, because, you know, you can't. These things can happen as well, where there's some frustrations with some of these individuals in your life. Watch out though, keep an eye on like bosses and superiors. They can be acting a little weird, they can be a little evasive, but this can also be a time where somebody is like, I am going to be retiring, right? The Sun Neptune can be about rest. So I'm wondering, with that happening and Saturn coming in, might mean that some of you guys are actually up for moving into a higher position as a result of some people, you know, leaving or moving on or retiring. Then on the 20th, we're going to see the Sun enter Aries. So it's going to move into your 11th house, lighting up your social zone. You're still going to have Jupiter there as well. So good times to be had with friends, calling friends, traveling, meeting with people, you know, possibly in other cities. You know, a road trip with a friend or a sibling can be really fun throughout this transit. And the very next day, you're going to see one of 2 new moons that we're going to have in Aries. So you want to be setting intentions pertaining to your goals, your friends, and groups that you want to belong to or start. On the 23rd of the month, we are going to see Pluto move into Aquarius. So Pluto will leave Capricorn in your 8th house, move into your 9th house. And what's interesting is Aquarius is a sister sign. So if you have like 0 to 5 degrees of Gemini, rising, sun, or moon, do not fear this transit. This transit is very positive for you. You will be experiencing a Pluto trine. Now, especially if Pluto's trine your ascendant, it's really focusing on helping you harmonize and collaborate and work with other people. Gemini is all about information, the mind, communication, writing, blogging, traveling. So as Pluto moves into the 9th house, those of you guys who finally want to complete a degree, who finally want to publish their book, who finally want to become the teacher or the mentor, or relocate maybe to a new country or learn a new language, all of these things are going to be really beneficial. Pluto going into Aquarius in the 9th house is going to show you where there can be a blend of science and spirit. So something is transforming radically about your philosophy and how you view life. Pluto rules your 6th house of coworkers and health and pets and spaces. Perhaps some of you guys are focusing on learning more about health and daily routine and how you can be of service and how you can contribute to changing the world. You might take on a new health coach or career or job coach as well. That might be something else that happens with that transit. 2.5 months of having Pluto in this sign before it retrogrades back. But I feel like where maybe you've been studying for a while and learning something, and now here comes Pluto. Now you're ready to start really doing this work out in the world. And maybe, like I said, maybe you're becoming the mentor. Maybe you're becoming the guru. On the 25th of the month, Mars will enter into Cancer. So Mars will leave your sign finally and go into the 2nd house. And so although Mars is not comfortable here, Mars in the 2nd house is definitely going to have you fight for your resources. There can be a sense of feeling like you're burning a hole in your pocket, so be very careful with that. You can be super spend happy if you're not paying attention to your budgeting. Mars rules health and fitness, so I wonder if you're like, I'm putting healthy food in the house, I'm spending money on cleaning and labeling and organizing things, I'm hiring somebody to come and help me clean out a closet or a garage, I'm having to spend a little bit more money on food prep. That might be some of the stuff that you're seeing. Mars also rules your goals. So something about getting assistance with your financial or your home goals, right? That can be the theme that you're experiencing with that. Mars will spend several weeks going through this sign. It can also be a time where it's just pushing you to feel like you want to achieve more. And what I like about this transit is at some point Mars will trine Saturn. So I feel like you're asking or fighting for a higher wage as a result of taking on more responsibility. Very important that you do that because Mars says you have to be the one to initiate and kind of get that going. On the 28th of the month, Mercury will come into conjunction with Jupiter, and this will be in the sign of Aries. So by this point in time, it's moved through Pisces. Now it's going to be in the 11th house. I love this for you because Mercury rules your chart. Where maybe the Saturn-Mercury conjunction was like a little difficult, the Jupiter-Venus conjunction, the Jupiter-Mercury conjunction is going to be quite positive. Jupiter deals with others, clients, public, your services, or possibly even a romantic partner. And Mercury is you. So this is about you meeting another person at a party. So if you are single, let's say you get invited to like a networking event or a mixer or a barbecue, go. Just trust me on this, go. You may join a new group. You might find that there's an invitation to come and present or collaborate with other individuals. I also feel like this is going to give you the opportunity to maybe even invite friends or family to the home, right? Or you might get invited to a family member's kind of party or get together because of that connection to your 4th house. Regardless, good news, good times to be had. And I definitely think that it's going to be a very social and fun, active time for you. And then finally, on the 30th, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. So by this time, Venus has moved into the 12th house. Venus in the 12th house ain't that bad. It can be kind of sexy. You can have a little bit more downtime with your boo, especially if you want to get comfy and be having snacks and spending time outside and doing like Taurus related things. Pleasure and, the environment seems to be a big thing. Venus does rule your 5th house of romance. That's why I say that, as well as the 12th house. So romantic getaways abroad can happen. You can also see that there can be romance with somebody in another place, and opportunities also to kind of connect with people internationally. Now the connection that's going to happen with Uranus is shocking. It is electrifying. So there could be this sudden awareness that somebody had a crush on you that you met and you didn't even know. There can be this secret admirer who's reaching out to you and saying like, hey, you know, I saw this thing that you posted, like, let's talk. It can also be some kind of romantic entanglement, maybe that's going on with like a teacher or somebody who is like a guide or a mentor behind the scenes. I don't like saying that, but it's true because of the conjunction. So some of you guys might have like a crush on a professor or something. I would say for the most part, getting out and being in nature with these transits is really helpful. So if you can do like a staycation, or if you want to go rent an Airbnb in the woods or something for a day or two, work with aromatherapy, work with flowers, and anything that's going to help ground your energy, because there's going to be opportunity for lots of romance. That's a good news. But there's also going to be lots of opportunity for lots of people freaking out about things that are going on globally with some chaotic things with finances. So stay grounded throughout that transit. Yes, can relationships end during this suddenly? Yeah, they can. But I'm not really seeing that because you're having some positive transits that are going on with Jupiter. So I don't really feel like it's relationship endings. If anything, I think it's gonna bring a little bit more romance for you guys this month. And just as a reminder, because your chart ruler is going to change signs a couple times, pay attention. On the 2nd, you're going to see Mercury enter Pisces, and then on the 16th, on the 19th, it's going to enter Aries, okay? All right, so let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead, Gemini. Oh, I like this. I get the Fool card. So that can be very much like going off and doing something and being in nature and, you know, just kind of being like free, right? I hope that's what you're doing with this time. But I also get the feeling that this is very much about the Aquarius energy that's setting up with Pluto going into your 9th house, trining your ascendant, sun or moon. This tells me that there is this sense of new beginnings. Anything is possible. You're totally transforming the way that you look at the direction that your life could go, what it is that you want out of life, and just really sharing and being free and communicating with other people that need to kind of live differently, right? And kind of just marching to the beat of your own drum. I love this energy with Pluto in your 9th and the sextiles to Jupiter and the fact that Jupiter's feeding into Mars. We got a lot of air and fire harmonizing, and this is like your jam. It's really going to help you kind of take away from some of the heaviness of Saturn in your 10th house. I know that there's a lot of work on the horizon for you, but I also know that there's a lot to celebrate in terms of some of these accomplishments. So cut yourself a little bit of slack and enjoy some freedom. Good luck, my Geminis. All right, so we've got Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to your March 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining me. We're going to kick off the month with taking a look at Mercury coming into conjunction with Saturn at 29 degrees. Boy, oh boy. My Cancer and Cancer risings. You guys, you know, things are changing, and change can be really uncomfortable. That's the easiest way to put it. There are some financial and joint resources type things that are coming to an end. I say this because Mercury rules endings in your chart and it's conjuncting Saturn. So whether this is about deciding, okay, I cannot go forward in a relationship, or I cannot continue to put money on credit cards, or I cannot continue to keep finding myself in a place of not feeling safe or secure, or dealing with some deep-seated issues, it's going to be very loud with this conjunction, okay? Sometimes 29 represents like a breakthrough. So if you've been struggling in regards to debt or joint resources, or issues in regards to a inheritance or an estate situation, you know, perhaps there's a breakthrough that happens with a document right around this time. I do think that those of you guys who are struggling with this energy, checking in with a therapist can be really helpful, especially as you have a Mercury-Saturn conjunction in the 8th. It can bring up a lot of issues in regards to mental distress, so I'm just giving you a heads up now. Now, Mercury also has this connection to the 3rd, so it might mean that you apply for something, or you ask a sibling for help, or you're asking for a neighbor for help, and they're like, sorry, I can't help you. And it can be a little disheartening. But thankfully, those two planets are going to be moving into Pisces here pretty soon. So it's going to be forming much more positive aspects to your sun, moon, or rising. Now, even though that's a difficult transit, and I guess I should say one other way of looking at it is a difficult conversation, maybe that you have with a friend about, the fact that the friendship or the relationship has changed. There can be a sense of also feeling like you're mourning the loss of connection with someone. Okay, the same day, we're going to see Venus in Aries coming into conjunction with Jupiter. Very positive transit, even though I do think it's going to be quite loud for you, Cancer, because it is happening in a cardinal sign. So just be advised that Jupiter and Venus in the 10th house really wants you to go, I am focusing on my health. I'm putting that first. I am launching this business. I'm going out for the job. I'm showing up. I'm just giving it my all. Because Jupiter rules being of service and your daily routine, then it also rules your beliefs. So you're bringing your belief about your daily routine and your faith into your career zone, and you're just practicing being courageous and positive and optimistic. Venus rules your 4th house of the past, home, and family, as well as your friends. So it makes me feel like there can be support from other individuals in your life that may not necessarily be family, that are encouraging you and pushing you along. But there is this feeling that there's just a lot of growing up that has to do right now, right? And whether this is those of you guys who are, finally having to go through relationship changes that you have been not wanting to go through, or finally stepping up to the plate and being responsible for your professional life, regardless, there's a little bit of pressure here. Look for the sweet stuff, raises, new jobs, romantic connections at work suddenly, hiring new assistants, or maybe even finding a job coach that can really incentivize you to make a change. Any of these things are possible. Now on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn finally leave Aquarius, and it's going to be moving into the sign of Pisces in your natal 9th house. Here's what I like about this. It's been really challenging, I think, having had Saturn in your 8th house, because it's been in Aquarius, a sign that you don't resonate very well with. You have nothing in common. So now that you're getting Saturn into a part of your chart where it's harmonizing and it's forming trines to your ascendant, your sun, or your moon, you're going to feel stabilized. There's going to be a lot more stability in your emotions. Now, when Saturn goes into a house, it's saying, I'm going to stay here for 2.5 years. We're going to focus on strengthening something. So your 9th house can be about committing to travel, continuing your education, going back to school, getting a degree. Maybe you're like really adamant about wanting to get married, and have ceremonies, or have graduations, or anything that's going to be about accomplishing something. Saturn rules your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, business partnerships, managers, clients, as well as the 8th house of other people. So what's interesting for you, Cancer, especially Cancer rising, is that you're going to have Saturn that's going to trine both Mars and your ascendant, and it will also make trines to the South Node. So you're going to experience grand water trines in the houses that are usually about life. So it's going to be how emotional you get about the changes in your life. Now, Saturn going into this house might present you with a new teacher, a mentor, or a guru. Those of you guys who are in the right relationships might start talking more seriously about marriage and scheduling or planning a wedding. It might also be about proposals. Maybe it can be about the necessary legal steps that you need to take to making a relationship, legally binding. So this can be prenups. This can also be visas and documents pertaining to international marriage. Dealing with lawyers and law is not unusual. Those of you guys in the wrong relationships, or you're coming out of relationships, or relationships are ending, you might have to be consulting with some of these people. For the most part, though, I would have to say that I think that this is just about your philosophy of life changing, and like seeking somebody who can kind of help guide you spiritually and also intellectually into making some of these changes in your life, especially if you're wanting to shift the direction you're going in with your career. It might be just the right person who's going to help you with that process. Saturn will be there for about 2.5 years. And like I said, it is very friendly with your chart. So you're going to experience trines as well as sextiles also to your 11th house. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see Mars in Gemini. come into its third square with Neptune and Pisces. Now, this is challenging because you guys have really been feeling kind of like you're keeping to yourself, maybe. Maybe you're hiding out a little bit. Mars in the 12th house, you know, issues sleeping. We're a little bit more anxious. We're working through things, healing things very privately. And really since the fall of 2022, we've had some of these squares that have been taking place. Now, Mars rules your career, right? And it also rules your joy and what makes you happy. And it's been in a square with Neptune. So you're like, what is going to make me happy? What is the meaning of life? What am I doing? There's a lot of asking these questions. They're very philosophical questions because of the squares between the 9th and the 12th house. But if you have had like no sense of direction in your faith or planning a trip or what you want to go to school for or just what your motivation or your goals are when it comes to your professional life, this is the last final square. It's not unusual to have challenges with traveling or education international type of things. There can be issues here. Weather advisories I would take seriously, especially before you get on an airplane or before you go anywhere. There can be real visibility issues with weather, and you can have delays, especially if you're traveling internationally by plane. That's something I would look for. But I think this is about pushing through and really figuring out what the purpose of life is, what you can be learning and practicing every day to bring more joy and happiness in, and also help give you a sense of direction with where you're going with your career. All right, so look at those dates if you need those dates, okay, because they've happened 3 times before. Then we're going to see on the 15th that the Sun conjunct Neptune is going to take place. So you have a slew of planets, Mercury, Sun, Neptune, that'll all square Mars. Now, when the Sun conjuncts Neptune, I see this as like perhaps getting some support from another person. Now, the Sun rules money and physical gains. Neptune can be like spiritual. Maybe somebody gives you some kind of spiritual insight, or maybe somebody gives you a gift. Maybe somebody offers to donate or help sponsor you, or maybe they say, hey, we want to help you, you know, like we want to contribute to your college fund, or we want to contribute to your travel fund. But there can be some kind of a gain that happens with that conjunction. I also wonder if this is a day that's going to be about meeting with an advisor, somebody who's going to be able to tap into the more spiritual energies, or maybe getting a reading. This can be a really great day for getting a reading. Although there are going to be a number of squares that are going to be happening with Mercury and Mars, I feel like there can be people who are advising you and directing you on what's coming, but there can be a little bit of resistance or some internal fears about things ending before you get from point A to point B. Just be mindful of lower energy levels on that day, and be very careful with international like exchanges, money exchanges, or anything in regards to paying for courses or anything like that. There can be some like scammy things that can come up with that conjunction. Then we're going to have on the 20th, the Sun is going to enter into Aries. This is the mark of the new astrological new year. Hear me out on this, Cancer, okay? I know it's loud. It's going to be loud this month because we're going to have planets in your 10th house where it's just like work, work, work. And then Mars is going to go into your sign. And if you're not working, you're going to be kind of ornery. Set your intentions for both of the new moons in Aries. You're going to have one this month, one next month. Right after the Sun goes into Aries, which is the very beginning of the astrological new year, the energy is fresh. There is a reason why our New Year's resolutions do not stick, because that is the end. We're coming into the end of the energetic year, right? So you wanted to set intentions on New Year's, but maybe they didn't stick or you didn't get around to doing it. This is the time that you do it. Set intentions for new opportunities in regards to your career and taking your power back. That's going to be on the 21st. And then you'll have another one in April, and that will be an eclipse. So there's so much focus on your career. Jupiter's there too. It really wants to help you get into the swing of having a more consistent schedule and better health so you feel like you're in control. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius, okay? If you're within the first 5 degrees of Cancer, this might be a little uncomfortable, okay? Because you're going to see Pluto that's going to start to in conjunct and quincunx your ascendant. Think back to 2020, what was happening in 2020. We saw some similarities there when Saturn was in conjunct your ascendant. Kind of similar vibes. Pluto comes in and says, now something must be fully transformed. So Pluto represents your 5th house. It can be children, it could be your love life, it could be investments, it can be gambling. It can also be speculative stuff, you know, working for yourself. That's very 5th house. As Pluto moves into the 8th house, you really want to be mindful of all of these things. Now is like not the time to be gambling a little bit more because it can become a habit. Now is not the time to be not filing your taxes, especially if you have a bunch of stocks and trades and other things, or maybe you have been self-employed these last few years, and even though it seems like overwhelming and like a bit of a headache, you still have to do all that stuff because Pluto will not mess around in the 8th house. The 8th house is other people's resources. So think of like loans that you can get, credit cards, inheritances, spousal support, child support, any of that stuff, things that come from other people. And Pluto is basically saying, as it goes into the 8th house, we're going to change and transform the way that you look at what is going to be bringing you happiness or bringing you joy, right? You may get a ton of money, but it won't necessarily bring you happiness. You may find that it's a time where something's changing about resources, and a partner might say, I can't continue to support you, or a partner might say, I won the lottery, and suddenly that changes everything. It really depends. But I do think that Pluto is strong in the 8th house because it's comfortable being in that place. Just in Aquarius, it is definitely going to represent a total like redefining of something in regards to your joint resources. Now in the sign of Aquarius, it can be your goals in regards to your financial well-being change. Maybe you have friends who are, you know, willing to support you and help you, or maybe you have people saying, I can't help you any longer. It really depends on your own natal placements. Watch for insurance things, watch for major transformations, also in regards to like digital banking and investing. That's something you want to watch for. All right, so then on the 25th, we're going to have Mars entering into Cancer, and it's going to move into your sign and cross your ascendant if you're a Cancer rising. All right, so Mars is about motivation, action, and desire, okay? And it rules your 10th house of responsibility. And as Mars crosses your ascendant, you're going to need an outlet for this energy. But Mars in Cancer isn't like kickboxing. It's like doing laps in a pool. It's like hot baths. It's saunas. It's doing, you know, maybe like chest or like breath work also, stuff that's going to have a connection to the chest. Maybe doing some deep breathing that can be helpful as well. Whenever you have Mars on your ascendant, you just need to be a little bit more active. And I think this is about actively processing emotions. So there can be some angry or some ugly crying that can come with this transit. Now, as Mars starts swinging through the sign of Cancer, it's also going to be in a square slightly with planets that are going to be in your 10th house. I think like the sun and possibly even Mercury as well. So what does this tell me? It's like, don't just talk about it, be about it. Get out there and do it, you know? And Aries has taught me, Jupiter and Aries has taught me, you don't need to know the ending, you just need to get it started, right? So let your emotions be the guide and the motivator for what you do or do not do out in the world. If you get frustrated enough, you might just go out there and launch your own business or make a change in a very significant way. And it's going to come from a place of feeling like you need to kind of get something going for yourself, right? So it can be very motivating. It can put a fire under you in a way. Mars will spend a number of months there. Thankfully, it's going to trine Saturn. So I feel like this is that commitment to like a new philosophy or a belief system or a way of life. Some of you guys may adopt new spiritual practices or meditation or yoga or just new belief systems that's going to help you kind of keep the faith so you can move through some of these more challenging transits. On the 28th of the month, Mercury will come into conjunction with Jupiter in Aries. So by here, Mercury is in your 10th house. Now, Mercury rules your 12th house of what's hidden and private and the 3rd house of communication, siblings, and documents. I feel like what's coming is that by the end of the month, like what you've been working on or what you've been thinking about or healing or kind of like working on behind the scenes is getting ready to become visible. If you're going to launch a new business, take a new job, if you're going to be, you know, doing a new promotion or something, I really recommend do this after the new moon in Aries. Okay, do this after the 21st of March because you're going to see more kind of growth from that moment on. And, you know, Jupiter is also going to keep moving through Aries up until we have the next new moon and the eclipse, which will be in April. What else? Let's see. So Mercury conjunct Jupiter will most likely just bring like this sense of like, this is what I've been working on, or this is my vision, or maybe you have a pitch, or you have a proposal, or you show a slideshow to a boss or somebody at work, and you let people know like what direction things are going in terms of your professional life. It's about aligning that sense of like belief and knowing, and also having a lot of courage and a lot of passion to share this with other people. So it can be some really exciting posts on media, like, hey, I'm open for business, or I'm taking new clients, or these are the changes that we've been making, or like coming soon, you know, dropping soon type of stuff. All right, and then finally on the 30th of March, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So Venus rules the past, home or family, or a woman. Uranus rules other people and their resources, and it's going to connect in the 11th. So here's how I kind of see this. It can be that there can be a sense of like a squabble with a female friend about something that took place in the past. There can be a squabble with a female relative about a home or a family matter. If there is some financial things going on and you're asking a friend for support, people may not respond so well, or vice versa. Let's say somebody asks you, you may not respond well to that. And there can be just meeting kind of weird, wacky, wild new people, right? Venus and Uranus in the 11th houses. You know, you go to this party and you meet all these people, and you meet artists and people who are creative and maybe even into astrology or a little bit more bohemian. It can also be places where there's like food being served. So I wonder if there's going to be like mixers, or if there's going to be like little get-togethers, or, you know, like maybe somebody invites you over to a barbecue and you just make all these new friends. There's new connections that are coming. This can also be about if you live with a friend, because Venus rules your fourth, there can be some uncomfortable situations going on with the living situation, and some disruptions in regards to a woman at home, especially if you have a roommate that likes to party, or if you have family members who like to bring people over and have a party. It can cause a little bit of a ruckus, you know? It's not the end of the world. And that's pretty much it. Obviously, you know, you're ruled by the moon, so you want to be paying attention to these lunar transits. So that new moon that's going to be in your 10th house on the 21st, and then the full moon that's going to be taking place in Virgo, and that's going to be taking place on the 7th. Okay, so both of those transits you might want to be a little bit more mindful of this month. And Mars going into your sign. Do not underestimate that transit with the squares to Jupiter, my goodness. All right, so let's see what the cards say for you, Cancer. Okay, I like it. King of Wands. It's like it's kind of like time to kind of light the fire up, you know. There can be support that can come from a fire sign man, so an Aries or a Leo or a Sag can come in. But this can be about you taking on much more of like a feisty, kind of spirited, you know, independent kind of vibe. I mean, your midheaven is Aries, so even if you're a Cancer rising, the fact that you have Aries midheaven is like independent, get it done, quick, move around, like, you know, kind of cutting to the chase. So maybe you're just showing more of that, right? The 10th house is about, yeah, getting recognition, but it's also about what you're doing out in the world. So I think it's like people seeing that you're really managing and kind of holding your own. And then some kings are master of their energy. So whether it's like creatively or physically, or just in terms of exercising more independence, I mean, I feel like that's been the biggest theme that I've seen for Cancer risings. Just knowing that you're going to have Jupiter and Venus come into a square with Pluto. And then later this year, you're going to see the nodes kind of square Pluto in July. A lot of you guys are going to realize you have partners, business partners, clients, counselors, therapists, managers that are like not your people. They're not your people. And all these planets going through the 10th house are here to incentivize you and teach you, you know, take responsibility, step up, like be the person who's manning the ship in your own life. Like if you don't like something, change it. Even if that means that you need to kind of disrupt some of the harmony with some pre-existing relationships, but so be it, because it wants you, the transits want you to kind of focus on, you know, taking center stage in your own life. Okay. I like that. I feel like whether that's going to be you or getting support from a fire sign, you can't go wrong either way this year. Okay. Take luck, good luck. Take care. I'll see you guys next month. All right. So we've got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm sure, yeah, you're probably curious to see what's happening this month, right? All right, so let's start at the top. Let's talk a little bit more about the transits at the beginning of the month in March of 2023. So we're going to start with, on the 2nd, we're going to see Saturn and Mercury come into conjunction in your 7th house. So what does this mean? Okay, 2.5 years working through karmic situations that's really been about relationships, clients, or friends. You have seen some people come and some people go. You are now getting ready to wrap this up. So some of you guys are coming out of this period much stronger in pre-existing relationships. Others have gone through makeups and breakups, but maybe met somebody new. And some of you guys are moving forward going like, relationships aren't for me. It really just depends. And I know that some Leo risings are like, I don't want to hear about relationships anymore, but that's what the astrology is saying, right? You've got Pluto that's going into that sign, Saturn that's leaving, the nodes that are squaring. It is what it is. Now the 7th house can also be about your services or your marketplace and what you have to offer, or if you have clients. But this seems to suggest that there can be a really challenging heart-to-heart conversation that you're going to have with another person. Can be a friend, can be a client, can be a romantic partner. Now, Mercury rules money, security, and self-esteem, as well as goals. Perhaps maybe this is a time where you're talking to partners about, this is what my goal is, this is how much money that I want to be saving, this is where I want to kind of go in life. Maybe talking more about budgets and what your goals are in terms of the future together. But there can be some more difficult, harsh, definitive conversations about whether or not relationships can continue to move forward, because Saturn is a boundary and it does rule this sign traditionally in the 6th house. Watch for difficulties also with not just clients, but it can be scheduling issues or even issues with you know, people in the workspace. On the same day, we're going to see that Venus and Jupiter will conjunct in Aries. So that's a sweet aspect. Venus is obviously going to be about love. It's going to be about money. But in the 9th house, I think it's going to be about like the love of travel, the love of philosophy, the love of a mentor, of a teacher, of a guide of some kind. It can also be about traveling and being somewhere else, being in the air or being in a foreign place. Venus rules the 3rd house of documents, okay, and quick trips. And it also has connections to your 10th house of work, and it's conjunct Jupiter. So I'm wondering, like, are you guys maybe looking at taking a trip that is going to be work related or for training purposes, or maybe you have to go and do a stint somewhere and you're like, I'm going to factor a little bit of fun in here too. Like, you can do that. Some of you guys might be planning a trip, so that might not be coming for another couple of weeks. You might see that more when the sun comes through this part of Aries. Regardless, buying tickets, planning trips, getting invited to a wedding, going to a gathering in another place, planning to go to a retreat center, or just planning a romantic getaway. All of these things are possible. I love, especially if you have any planets around, like, let's say 10 to 14 degrees of Leo, it's going to be extra sweet for you because you're going to experience a trine. Also, this makes me wonder, like, if some of you guys decide to seriously settle into a relationship, if that Mercury Saturn is forever commitment proposals, it's like off to the races, like planning a wedding. So that can be another way of looking at this as well. Then on the 7th of the month, we're going to have Saturn leave your 7th house and it's going to go into your 8th house. And the 8th house is about joint resources, taxes. It can be about your savings. Really, the list goes on. The 8th house is about also like death and letting go and regeneration. Now, the 6th house is ruled by Saturn, as is the 7th house. So I feel like a lot of the Saturn transit is about having conversations with other people about your schedule and your needs and your health. You may develop much more of a significant relationship with somebody who is helping manage your health. So I think of like doctors, especially like mental health doctors, because Pisces can be much more mental or emotional, and the 6th house is health. So some of you guys might commit to, I'm going to counseling or I'm going to therapy by yourself or with another person. But it can also be a time where you're like, I need somebody to help me with skills, or I need a trainer, or I'm looking for a surgeon, because the 8th house can have that energy as well. If you're looking to make changes also to your habits, you might combat it through hypnotherapy. That might be something that you would consider. Saturn rules pets, and the fact that it's going into the 8th house makes me feel inclined to tell you, pay attention to your pet's health. Saturn will be in this part of your chart for about 2.5 years, but at some point throughout that transit, it is possible that there is a health scare that can come up with pets, unfortunately, so just keep an eye on that, particularly viruses and things that cannot be seen, or something that is ingested or drank, because it's in a Neptune sign. What else? So then we've got, that's going to stay in that part of your chart for about 2.5 years. It does in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant, so you don't have anything in common with Pisces. This can be about having experiences with learning about grief and release and letting go, right? And that while Leo or Leo rising is very warm and sunny and solar, the 8th house is like shining a light on what's private and what's hidden. And sometimes we do deal with grief and loss and letting go. So that can be a theme that you deal with throughout this transit. On the 14th of the month, you're going to see Mars in Gemini in your 11th house form the 3rd and final square to Neptune. I get the impression that with this square, it's been a lot of back and forth about what it's going to cost to travel somewhere, if you book a trip, if somebody's paying you back, how you guys are paying for a trip together. There can be lots of changes that have been going on with friends. You could have felt like some friends have been kind of distant, or that, like, you know, friendships have been changing. This can be kind of messy for joint resources. So whether you're splitting the bill, or you're talking about how you're going to split expenses for a trip or for a party, there can definitely be a sense of feeling like other people are challenging you in regards to, you know, actually paying for that, or they're maybe kind of combative in regards to paying their own way. Okay, so friendships and money can get a little dicey. Go back and look at the dates that I gave you in terms of those earlier in this slideshow. But Mars is passionate and quick moving, and Neptune is unsure. So there can be a sense of how secure do I feel in this friendship, or how secure do I feel with these people? You know, do I really like this club, this health club, or this country club, or this whatever club? Like, do I really want to be paying dues? Do I like the people here? That can be coming up for you as well. And just which friendships you hold on to and which ones you let go of, honestly. It can also be about just a lot of social activity going on and doing a lot with friends, and the impact that it's had, and maybe you've been spending a little bit more than usual. On the 15th, you're going to have the sun join in on this. The sun will come into conjunction with Neptune, and it will still be in a square to Mars. Now, this is important because the sun rules your chart. So this can be a time where you're feeling a little blue. It can be a time where you have some disappointment about joint resources or support that are coming in. It can be a much more spiritual time. Watch for anything toxic, okay? And I know that sounds weird, but the 8th house is toxic. And Neptune can be like water, it can be pharmaceutical drugs, it can be recreational drugs, it can be drinking. It might be a time where you're just like really in your feelings, and I would say don't lean into the substance side of Neptune, lead into the spiritual side of Neptune. Do a cleanse, do a detox, you soak in a bath, right? Maybe go to a sound healing. Something like that can be really helpful. And you'll see more of this when Mars is in your 12th house as well, because you're going to have trines that are happening in water houses. This can be about grief, saying goodbye, letting go, releasing and purging negative emotions in the body, and also turning over a new leaf and really deciding that you're going to kind of kick some kind of habit in the butt. On the 20th, we're going to see the sun enter into Aries, so it will move into your 9th house, which is important because you're ruled by the sun. The 9th house is foreign places, colleges, you know, educational centers. It can also be about airports and going and traveling places. And when the sun goes into the 9th house, I think it's going to be rather happy. I mean, it's inching its way towards a conjunction with Jupiter. So it does tell me that there is going to be some good blessings coming, either with travel or education or publishing, or perhaps even law-related things. If you're in the midst of filing a lawsuit, you're going through a legal battle or something like that, there can be some really good news that's coming from that in the future. But this will be a new moon that's going to be setting up right around the time of the spring equinox. This is the true astrological new year. I like that all this energy is in your 9th house, keeping you optimistic, positive, and learning. And it's funneling all this positive energy into your ascendant. So you might feel incentivized to want to go on a trip by yourself, or go and take a class by yourself, or you're just feeling more positive and optimistic about what the future holds. I would say if you want to teach, write, publish, or share, this can be a wonderful time also for like campaigns. On the 23rd of the month, probably the biggest news, and I know you've heard this a lot, Pluto is moving into the sign of Aquarius. And so I just want to take a second to say there's a lot of information out there, Leo. There's a lot of astrologers that are talking about it. The truth is that it's going to take Pluto about 20-ish years to move through your 7th house. So this change that's coming for your relationships will be very slow, okay? It's not like something happens the day that the planet moves in there. Pluto is about death, regeneration, and letting go, okay? So it can be literal or figuratively. Some of you guys may go through a rebirth process in a relationship where you're in a relationship with somebody who goes through a crisis and you're just watching that whole thing play out. Some of you guys might realize this is the end of the road and a marriage is over, or a friendship is over, or that it's time to really move in or out of a space with another person. Now, Pluto rules your 4th house of home and family. So sometimes it's about having conflicts with family over changes in your relationship. A parent doesn't like somebody you're dating. Maybe somebody you're dating doesn't get along with a roommate or a sibling. Things like that can kind of pop up, and that's how you could see this energy play out. But family or people from your past may end up being enemies or people that you have to hash things out with. If you know that you have a partner that doesn't get on well with family or vice versa, just be mindful of that, especially when you're scheduling like events together. There can be some tension going on over the next couple of months. But Pluto is only going to spend about 2 months in your 7th house. So you're going to see the very beginnings of like what's breaking down and not working in relationships. None of these things should be surprising because Saturn has been here for several years. So it's really kind of saying now it's time for that relationship to change or for people to go through changes. But the 7th house is also clients. It's your marketplace. Maybe you're changing something about what you're selling or offering. Maybe you're saying goodbye, you know, you're changing astrologers, maybe you're changing counselors or therapists or business managers as well. Something like that can be happening. And it's extra loud because when a planet is sitting on an angle or when it's at 0 degrees, it's the purest form of that degree. So essentially for you, it's not just Pluto moving into your 7th house, totally unearthing and transforming issues in relationships and things from the past coming up, but it's squaring your midheaven, squaring your ascendant, squaring your IC. So guess what? Everything changes. Home, you, your career, your relationship, everything affects each other. It's like a domino effect. So it's going to have a very strong effect in your chart. And the nodes are going to continue to keep moving to square Pluto. So it's basically saying it's time for other people to get their shift together. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult for you to carry them with you into the future, especially because your eyes are on the prize, very focused in where you're going with your career, very focused with where you're going in the long-term growth in regards to your life. But here's what's cool. Some of you guys who have never considered settling into a relationship may suddenly decide you're in love and you want the world to know. Some of you guys also might realize that 2 is so much better than 1 and that together you have the opportunity to radically change and transform something about your career. Regardless, like be mindful of who you partner with because it's going to have a huge effect, not just with you, but also with the future of how other people see you because of the aspects to the 10th house. You'll feel that for about 2 months, and Pluto will go in and out of there for the next 2 years. On the 25th, Mars is going to move into the sign of Cancer. So it'll finally leave Gemini after months. It goes into your 12th house, which can be about resting and recuperating. It can mean that there is a family member who is needing rest, going into a treatment center, needing to go and see a doctor, a hospital, or hospice, particularly women, okay? Because it's moving through the sign of Cancer. I guess it could be men or women because Mars is a masculine sign, so it's kind of hard to say. But maybe look at people who are connected to your parents specifically, because Mars has that connection to the 4th. This can also be a wonderful time to go to private spas, fitness studios, therapy. It can be a time where you go and you get like massages that kind of help release emotional tension. Mars in the 12th house is a little bit more private and psychic and intuitive. You can be a lot more sensitive and a little bit more sleepy here as well. We can see some disruption also going on with your sleep. Now, what's nice is that throughout this transit, it's going to trine Saturn, and it's also going to trine the South Node. So that's kind of doubling down with activating the 8th house of death and letting go, the 4th house of ends of situations and family, and then Mars being in the 12th house. So I hate to say that. I'm going to knock on wood for you guys, but that is possible. But it can also be about the emotional impacts that you're having in the inner frustration that you're holding back dealing with in regards to a home or family situation. Now, Mars rules the 9th house of foreign places, travel, and spirituality. It also is connected to the 4th house. So some of you guys might be saying, well, I'm thinking about traveling or maybe even moving to a new or a foreign place. Then on the 28th, we're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Jupiter. So by this point in time, Mercury has gone through Pisces. Now it's in the 9th house where it's wanting to learn, wanting to share, wanting to talk about travel and culture and higher mind related things. Mercury is about friends as well as resources. And the fact that it's going to come into conjunction with Jupiter makes me feel like there's a really significant positive announcement. Maybe you're making to a group, maybe you're making to friends, maybe that you guys have finally decided where you're going, what trip you're booking, and you're really excited to be going and spending time with like-minded people. I love this energy for you because I feel like it's really incentivizing you to be really positive and optimistic about what the future holds and be sharing your optimism with other people. And you know, that is infectious. It does spread. On the 30th, we're going to see Venus in the sign of Taurus come into conjunction with Uranus. Okay, so Venus is happy in Taurus as Venus is going through the 10th house, bringing you more opportunities for harmonious interactions, socializing with people at work, maybe even bringing in more clients. Venus rules the 3rd house of communication. It also rules the 10th house. So when it comes into conjunction with Uranus, you might be telling the world something very big about changes with your career or your relationships. Now, you might be going to work and crying in your cubicle and somebody goes, "What's wrong?" And you're like, "I realize I need to get a divorce." But it could also be you walk into work and then find out that there's changes going on and there's new partnerships that are forming within your company, and it's exciting because it means that you're going to be mixing with new people and there might be new training and new softwares, and maybe they decide to bring new furniture into work. I don't know. But something that changes suddenly either about relationships or career. The other thing I would say is just watch for financial shakeups in general, or them to be giving employees news about the financials of a company. Okay, that's probably going to be part of what's happening. It can also be like a new rebranding. So let's say you want to redo a website or a social media page, or maybe you want to change user profile pictures. That's another thing that you can do with that conjunction that's going to be setting up over the 30th. Obviously, you're ruled by the sun, so throughout this month, you really want to be paying attention to when the sun comes into conjunction with Neptune. There will be a Mercury Cazimi that you'll see in Pisces in the 8th house as well, that I feel like is very psychic and very spiritual. And be watching for that new moon that's going to be taking place in Aries in your 9th house. It'll be one of 2 that you will be having, okay? Let's see what the cards have to say for you, Leo, for the month ahead. Wow, I like it. You get the Wheel of Fortune. So fortune being in your favor, things kind of panning out for you. I'm not surprised. I think that, you know, the fire signs are really digging the Jupiter-Venus conjunction. I do think that this can be saying finally feeling like things are kind of swinging into your favor. Even in spite of the more challenging transits that are happening, I feel like there's so much room for optimism and growth and travel, good things coming. The Wheel of Fortune is about fortune shifting. It's all about how you look at that shift, because in order to bring in some of these shifts, there can be a need to break down or transform other relationships or other job related things. Try to maintain, you know, positivity and focus on just prayer. I mean, Jupiter and Venus in the 9th house is like, love is your language. That is your religion, and keep putting out positive vibes and talking to other people about what you're appreciative of having, because it's going to help you go through some of these changes a lot more quickly. Okay. Good luck, Leo. That's a great card for you. I'll see you next month. All right, so we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. Welcome to your March 2023 astrological overview. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining me. We're going to start off talking a little bit about first on the 2nd, when we have a Mercury transit. Now this is important, Virgo, because Mercury rules your chart. So wherever Mercury goes, we need to pay attention. On the 2nd of March, we will see Mercury come into conjunction with Saturn at 29 degrees. Now, it's on the cusp of your 7th house if you're a Virgo rising, or if you like to read whole sign Virgo. So this is suggesting that there is some limitation in regards to work, career, coworkers, health, maybe pets. But I foresee this as being some difficult conversations and decisions in regards to your relationships. I really think that's what this is going to be about. Somebody may have a difficult conversation, or you may have a difficult conversation with a spouse or a romantic partner, or maybe a child, a younger person, or a client. Now, Mercury is about emails and phone calls and text messages. Saturn is about, you know, you're blocked, or don't call me, or I don't want to see you again, or I think we're good here. But equally, there can be a sense of somebody saying, hey, I'm really committed. I'm committed to, you know, working through this. I'm trying to be as optimistic as I can, but I feel like I've seen more Virgo risings that are either experiencing people who are not ready for relationships and they're having to say, okay, no, thank you. Or they're in relationships that aren't working and they're realizing that they need to find a way to communicate and express that they may want out of the relationship with others. If you happen to be a Virgo rising that's single, I think it's just more about kind of going, I have really strong expectations and very high standards if I'm going to move forward into relationships and you're not settling, okay, which is fine. If you're in a relationship and you're committed, you need to watch, because your partner may be struggling with mental issues, or they may be struggling with a little bit of the blues, the Neptune blues, and there can be a sense of them just needing their space. But there can be some definitive things that are happening within relationships. I think you'll see this even more actually around the full moon on the 7th. And then the question is going to be whether or not you want to mix with that energy, right? Okay, so besides that, the same day, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Jupiter, and that'll be happening in your 8th house. Now, Venus deals with joint resources, money, security, and self-esteem, as well as your belief system and your philosophy. So believe it or not, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction in your 8th might suggest that there is some benefit that you end up getting from other people. Whether somebody gives you a bonus, or you end up getting like a tax refund, or maybe you get some nice gift potentially from family because Jupiter rules your home. Regardless, like, that looks sweet. This can also talk about healing, you know, healing in regards to intimacy issues. Unfortunately, Venus goes through a transformation in the 8th house, and Venus is also not comfortable in Aries. So I wonder, for those of you guys who are going through a separation with somebody, it's like, okay, like, what do we have to divide up? What am I giving you, and what are you taking? So spousal support, child support, insurance matters, all of these things can definitely come up during these conversations. So just be mindful of that, because Venus is not comfortable. I don't like saying that, but I'm hoping that it ends up being positive. You know, can this bring inheritances and things? Sure, it can, but keep in mind it would be coming under a 4th or an 8th house vibe. So it would be because somebody passes away or because something is like left to you, right? Then on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn enter Pisces. So then Saturn moves into your 7th house. If you're a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, from 0 to about 8 or 9 degrees, you're going to be feeling this very strongly. Saturn will be moving from 0 to 7 degrees of Pisces on and off all year long. So you'll be experiencing a Saturn opposition. Oppositions are relational. This is your opposite sign. So when Saturn is in your opposite sign, it means that other people are more rigid. They're Saturnian. Maybe they're having issues with their goals, issues with their body. They're depressed. They want to be alone, right? Saturn rules your 5th house of love. So now is a really important time to look around and ask yourself, do I love this person? Do I love them enough to help them work through this? Is it bringing up childhood issues? Am I having issues with my partnership because of children, or are there partners who are telling me they're not ready for children, or that maybe they're not in love, or I'm not in love with them? Any of these things can come up with this transit. Now, Saturn's going to be in this part of your chart for about 2.5 years, so it's not going to be leaving anytime soon. This is just the very beginning of it. On the flip side, because Saturn does rule children and true love and taking chances, this can be a turning point for healthy pre-existing relationships where it's like, okay, well, obviously, you know, we like each other, but are we in love with each other? So we can hear I love yous, we can hear commitments, we can hear talks of wedding bells, and possibly even planning or strategizing when you would have or start a family. So there can be positive things that can come from this as well. On the 14th of the month, we're going to see the 3rd and final Mars and Gemini square Neptune transit. My Virgos. It's been real, right? I mean, I think that there's been a lot of like feeling like everything's just thrown up in the air and you don't know which end is up or which end is which. With Mars having gone retrograde in your 10th house, it's a lot of like, where am I going work-wise? Do I like what I'm doing? Do I go back to an old job? Do I pivot? And it's been in a square to your Virgo energy, and it's also been in a square to your Pisces energy. So believe it or not, Mars is trying to push and get you to like be more assertive and like tell people what's up and be like, this is what I'm doing at work, or spearheading a project. It also wants you to be a little bit more fearless and courageous if something is not working in a relationship, and just tell people what's up. This is challenging because all of this Pisces is 12 signs away from Mars. So that kind of suggests that there is this feeling of like partnerships, whether it's people you're working for or clients, or your partner is having like an effect on your ability to focus with your career. So they impact each other. Regardless, Mars square Neptune is deceptive, okay? It does not know what direction it's going in. So there can be a sense of somebody saying, yes, we want you to start. No, never mind. Or, you know, you've got the job, or actually, you know, we can't bring you on. Equally, you can see this indecisiveness going on with clients or with romantic partners about whether they're in or they're out. Your 10th house is your career, but it is the 4th house to the 7th. So some of you guys are going back and forth about whether or not somebody moves in or out of your home. So if you are having issues, it's like, okay, do we really want to move in together? Or if you're living together, it's like, are you really moving out? There could have been a bit of a back and forth for some time, and now you might start to see that break. I anticipate you're going to have much more clarity in your career, even though I think relationships still might be a question mark. Then on the 15th, we're going to see that the sun is going to come into conjunction with Neptune. I know Mercury will be there as well. So with Mercury, Sun, and Neptune coming into conjunction in your 7th, you're going to have somebody who might ghost you, vanish, not call you back. Don't take it personally. It's just the transit. It may also be a time where there is a sense of connecting with somebody, but being like, I don't know if they are who they say they are. It could be a really difficult time deciphering whether or not somebody is telling you the truth or being forthcoming. Be very mindful of that. Be careful with whose advice you buy. Yeah, people can be putting their best face forward, but there can be a sense of something being missing, right? On the 20th, we're going to see the sun enter Aries, and so it's going to move into your 8th house, which is an energy that inconjuncts your sign. So 8th house Aries is the power to transform yourself. the willingness to transform yourself, your resources, your vitality, your energy, and like using fear as a motivation. So when the sun moves into the 8th house, you're saying, okay, it's time for a change. I'm going through a change. Whether you're separating your resources from another person or you're making the decision that you're going to start kind of moving out of fear-based mentality and taking your power back. The 8th house is other people's resources. So when the sun goes there, there can be some sense of like saying, I need to be alone in order to kind of heal, or I'm spiraling out about a joint resource situation. I don't know what I'm going to do. Just breathe. Okay, Jupiter is in this part of your chart, so it's blessing you. You're going to have either a change with your family or a change with your home, I think, or your joint resources. And this might be a change that is been coming for some time, and it's also going to help benefit you as a person. This is the true astrological new year. This is the time where you set intentions and they stick. So just after we have the spring equinox, we will have a new moon in this part of the skies. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius. So Pluto will leave your 5th house. It'll move into Aquarius, where it is also in conjunct your ascendant. So interesting. This will in conjunct your ascendant. The sun will in conjunct your ascendant. And that's going to really highlight the Mercury ruled chart or Virgo rising, which is, this is a crisis. Relationship crisis, a schedule crisis, a work crisis. You're going to be like, this is a crisis, but it's about how you look at it, right? The difference that kind of, I guess, separates a crisis from a learning opportunity is your perspective and how you look at it. The truth is that I see relationships end, and whether this is with employers or with romantic relationships or business partnerships, sometimes when Saturn is in the 7th, I do oftentimes see also people stop talking when there's like a Mercury-Neptune conjunction. And when Pluto goes into the 6th house, or when heavy hitters go into the 6th house, it can be the breakdown of a relationship. So I keep bringing this up because I'm seeing a lot of this, and I'm seeing a lot of this with my clients. What does Pluto want to do? It wants to transform, right? It wants to kind of end one thing and bring in something new. So if I look at your astrology, Pluto rules the 3rd house of the mind, and it's running into the 6th house. So you're going to be more aware of negative thought patterns, negative communication styles. Can it bring a health crisis? Yes. Can it bring a crisis in regards to an issue at work or an ending of a job? Yes. Do watch those pets and those furry friends with Pluto going into the 6th, especially walking animals around the neighborhood. Make sure they have leashes and everything is on safely and securely. Check all of your gates and your locks so you're making sure that animals aren't getting out, because there can be much more of a likelihood of accidents involving vehicles with pets, as much as I hate to say that. I'm always going to tell you guys what I see. But I think this is about really finally combating obsessions and issues in regards to your habits and your daily routine. So maybe it's kind of going like, okay, you know, I need to change something about the way that I'm speaking to myself. I need to change something about my habits, and I need to heal it and work through it. Any of these things can happen. Pluto will go in and out of this sign for about 2.5 months, and it'll fully transition to stay in Aquarius in the later part of 2024 going into 2025. So you've got some time here. Other transits that are going to be taking place, we've got on the 25th of the month, Mars is going to enter into Cancer. So you'll see Mars finally leave Gemini. Yay! It's going to move into the 11th house of friends. So it can be lighting up and activating, socializing and focusing on connecting with friends or groups. This can be going to friends' houses, dinner parties, or traveling to go and visit them. Because Mars rules the 3rd house, maybe you're calling up a friend and you're like, I need some help. I'm kind of going through some stuff right now, work and relationship wise. Can we hang out? I'll, you know, meet you on your side of town, or vice versa. Mars is also about kind of like going back and forth and getting some assistance in regards to a change. So maybe you're communicating and talking to friends about the change in your relationships. What's nice is you're going to see Mars trine Saturn, and it's also going to trine the South Node. So I do feel like there's going to be a lot of like either talking about relationships or getting advice from friends or telling them what's been going on in terms of your issues with a client or another person. Mars is not totally comfortable in Cancer, but what's going to be interesting is it's going to start sextiling your ascendant. So I feel like if you have been having some relationship blues, a little time with some friends might be just what the doctor ordered, just to kind of help bring a little bit more motivation and, like, you know, activity into your life, so you're not getting kind of swallowed up by whatever's going on in that area. On the 28th, we're going to see Mercury come into a conjunction with Jupiter. And this is important because you are Mercury. So Mercury will have left Pisces. Now it's in Aries, where it's, you know, conversations, negotiations with other people. So whether you're negotiating a settlement or you're going through documents pertaining to taxes, maybe you're having to, you know, move some of your resources, your banking into your own account. It's kind of hard to say, but because Mercury rules you as well as control, to me, it seems like you're focusing on gaining control over something in regards to your finances or even your home or your bills. So for some of you guys, it's about paying things off, feeling like you're in control, that you can handle things financially. It might be a time where, you know, you're getting some support or you're getting some advice from your family about your living situation or about your resources. They may even offer you a helping hand. Regardless, with your chart ruler coming in conjunction with Jupiter, it does also say there's room for a change or a transformation that can take place between you and another person, and kind of getting back on the same page about something, especially if you guys are wanting to heal something within your intimate or your financial life. Finally, on the 30th, we're going to see Venus come in conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So Venus will have moved into the 9th house. It'll be in a sister sign, so it'll be forming positive aspects to your ascendant, which is very lovely. It may suggest that you are blessed or you have the support of a lawyer or a publisher or a teacher or a guide. It can also be a time where you're thinking seriously about investing more money in your education. And Uranus is sudden and unexpected. So I could see this being great for those of you guys who are like, I need a break, I need to take a vacation, I'm going somewhere, and it's going to be comfortable and I deserve it. I could also see this be training or signing up for some kind of webinars or something for new skills that you're needing to develop, especially if it's in the service industry or in the tech world, or maybe you're learning more about investing. Maybe you're also learning more about astrology. Some of you guys might want to get more into committing to your astrological studies throughout this next year. And we can watch for shakeups that can be happening in regards to, you know, relationships with foreigners, teachers. I mean, Uranus Venus does make me feel like it's feeding off of this energy in the 7th, where if you are making the decision to go your separate ways from a relationship, there is that turning point that happens and you're like, okay, like we need to be on the same page, and be trying to do it in a much more harmonious way, even if we are making the decision to split. Look for female teachers and gurus who can come in. And if you're traveling, like love abroad or love can find you suddenly at an airport or when you're on a trip in some place. I like that it's trining your sign. So I feel like changing things up a little bit is great, and it's going to kind of get you a little bit more grounded and not be feeling like you're not adjusting well to some of the changes that are happening. And even though a lot of this sounds like doom and gloom, this is a lot easier for those of you guys who are single. So if you are single, the transits through your 7th house may present somebody to you very significantly. It's just a matter of getting to know them. And it's going to be 2.5 years of Saturn in this sign. So you want to see what happens. Sometimes a really prominent karmic relationship comes in, you spend time together, you work through stuff, and then it doesn't stick. But then you meet somebody who it does stick with. So I'm going to be putting out some more information about the Saturn transits for everybody in this next month. Definitely watch some of that is what I would recommend. And watch all of the Mercury transits this month. So when Mercury, you know, changes signs, like it will on the 2nd and also the 19th, when it makes conjunctions to the Sun, which it will, to Neptune, to Jupiter, all of that is going to be really prominent for you. All right, let's see what the cards say. So what does Virgo need to know for the month ahead? Oh, wow. I like it. Full steam ahead. Ace of Wands, taking action, new opportunities, planting seeds, creativity, vitality, sexual energy. You got Jupiter and Venus in the 8th, so that can definitely be there. New beginnings, right? New beginnings. This also talks about when the sun is going through the fire signs. So Aries is going to be a really significant turning point, the second half of the month. When you see planets going through the 8th house, and it's offering you an opportunity for rebirth. But remember that that change starts with you. You might find that you find a new passion, that there is some new desire that emerges, that suddenly you have more willingness and energy to kind of stand up for yourself and take action and set new things in motion, okay? And this can be creatively, especially those of you guys who are going to be like more active. Maybe Pluto going into the 6th can be new fitness goals. But for the most part, that's a really positive card that's saying it's all about kind of setting the intention and taking the initiative to turn over a new leaf, all right? Good luck, Virgo. All right, so this is going to be for Libra and Libra rising. Welcome to March of 2023. I hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and get started first with some of the, I guess, early transits in the month. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about Mercury coming into conjunction with Saturn in Aquarius. This will be at 29 degrees, and it's in a fellow sister sign. So if you happen to be a Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, let's say 27 to 29 degrees, this is going to be the most beneficial for you because you're going to experience a trine. Basically, you've got Mercury meeting up with Saturn. So Mercury represents what's hidden, what can be more spiritual. It can also be about stuff that's like private. And Mercury, which is about teaching, education, anything in regards to traveling, philosophy, coming into a conjunction in the 5th. So how will this materialize? Challenges in terms of communicating with lovers, younger people, children, and it can also be about definitive plans in regards to making decisions about what makes you happy, what you will and will do in the pursuit of happiness. If you're self-employed, this can be a time where there is a great deal of emphasis on teaching or traveling, or maybe even some kind of spiritual training of sorts. So that can be coming up there. And the 5th house is about, you know, taking chances. It is about our love life. It's also about having fun. So we can find that it's like a little bit more difficult finding time for these things, and maybe we're feeling a little bit bored, or maybe we're feeling a little bit discouraged by what's going on with our love life, because Mercury and Saturn together can be a much more difficult mental energy. Now, the same day though, we are going to have Venus and Jupiter coming into conjunction in your 7th house in the sign of Aries. So believe it or not, this can actually like soften the blow of that Mercury-Saturn conjunction. Venus is your chart ruler, so you want to pay attention to Venus transits all throughout the month. Venus moving through the 7th house does kind of bring more action to relationships, partners. So if you are in a romantic relationship, a business partnership, if you're married, this can be much more of an emphasis in being together with these people. This can also be about what you have to offer. The 7th house is your offerings, right? So it's your marketplace. Now, Venus rules other people's money. So it does seem that other people are blessing you or benefiting you with this conjunction in the 7th house. You may meet somebody suddenly online or within your neighborhood. It might be somebody who sends you a message or somebody who you have a conversation with. It can be a new client that can come in as well. I think with Venus and Jupiter, it's essentially saying that there is some opportunity to learn about love and relationships in harmony. Venus is getting very close to Chiron, so it's wanting to heal wounds revolving around partnering with other people and whether or not you're feeling the love, or if other people are reciprocating what you're putting out there. So there can be some wounding issues that are coming up in the midst of this transit as well. But nevertheless, you know, perhaps maybe the Mercury-Saturn is difficult conversations in terms of what's on your heart, and it helps you heal and move through issues with other people. Now on the 7th, we are going to see that Saturn is going to go into the sign of Pisces. There we go. And this is a new ingress. For those of you guys who are early degree of Libra rising, especially like, let's say the first 10 degrees or so, you're going to experience Saturn come into a quincunx or an inconjunct with your ascendant this year. Saturn changes signs roughly every 2.5 years, and being that it's moving through your 6th house, it's going to have you focus on 6th house things like, are you getting your chores done? Are you putting your clothes away? Are you maintaining your health? Are you having challenges possibly with pets, with your schedule, or with coworkers? And in the sign of Pisces, it's definitely about how our mental or emotional health actually affects or impacts our daily routine and what we're able to get done. Do really focus on herbal supplements, changes in diet, and perhaps even sobriety. I think that's going to be a thing that's going to come up for a lot of Libra risings throughout this transit. When a planet inconjuncts your ascendant, it is essentially throwing something out of balance or maybe even a little bit out of whack. So there can be a sense of you being like, okay, I can't just worry about how something looks. I really have to pay attention to how I feel. And navigating your schedule in a way of being able to maintain more harmony and kind of feeling like you're living your life in a state of meditation. Now, Saturn rules your 4th house of home and family, as well as your 5th house of children. So as Saturn goes into the 6th house, you might say, well, I don't own a home, or I don't have any kids. It could mean that it's more going to be about dealing with your schedule and your health. But if you happen to have moved or be moving, there can be much more responsibility in regards to your home life or children. There can be a sense of children coming in throughout some of these transits that are taking place, or finding out you're pregnant, or making the decision to have children and needing more help or assistance with their care. If it's not, it could be things like animal trainers or housekeepers, personal assistants, because the 6th house represents help. Regardless, it seems like we need more defined kind of routines when it comes to emotions and also what you're doing around the house. Now, Saturn will stay in this sign for approximately, like I said, 2.5 years, so it's going to be there for quite a while. And I would just say really pay attention to what's coming up over the next month. You've already had a number of transits through Pisces come into square with Mars. So it makes me feel like scheduling issues, miscommunication issues, overfilling your schedule, all of these things can be kind of popping up, showing you where it actually benefits from committing to a more consistent schedule. Then on the 14th, we're going to have Mars and Gemini come into its 3rd and final square with Neptune. So Mars rules partnerships and other people. It also rules your money. It's been in your 9th house, so you have been going full steam ahead, working more on traveling, education, training, maybe making changes in terms of your philosophy, especially when it comes to relationships and others. When Mars forms a square to Neptune, we have visibility issues, and I feel like there can be some overscheduling or some misscheduling or things that you're just missing in regards to your daily routine as a result of overworking, over-traveling, maybe even being more prone to getting run down, especially with your immune system and getting sick. For my Libra risings, you really want to pay attention, because this can be something that can really be the start of the Saturn transit, showing you where if you get run down, it's very easy for you guys to feel under the weather pretty quickly. Pisces deals with the feet. It also deals with digestion and your immune system. So I think, watch for all these things that kind of get you run down, and where there can be overlooking things in your schedule and making scheduling mistakes, especially when it comes to scheduling and traveling with other people. On the 15th, we're going to see then the sun come into conjunction with Neptune, and I do feel like this is a day where there can be some friends that need some support. Okay, so the sun rules your friends and organizations. When it comes into conjunction with Neptune, you can feel like you need a nap. You can feel a little bit more exhausted, under the weather, hard for you to kind of focus. But a friend may come to you and need some assistance or need some help. Equally, this can be a day where you're willing to be more generous and be willing to do charitable acts of service. It's something you're going to learn a lot about, Libra, with Saturn going into your 6th house. It's like getting involved in something that is going to be really important for you. So for some of you guys, it's going to be health related. Others, it's going to be in regards to pets or animals or nonprofit, or just helping give to people who feel like they don't have resources. That's going to be something you're going to focus on a lot over the next couple of years. So with that conjunction, there might be something that goes on with a group or a friend that kind of spurs you into thinking like, well, how can I help other people or groups who are going through this, this particular type of problem? Watch for also issues with food or alcohol, seafood or pharmaceuticals. There can be some sense of like partying and overdoing it and feeling a little bit under the weather. On the 20th, we're going to have the sun enter into Aries. This is going to be the astrological new year. This is the time where, you know, New Year's resolutions really stick. So I would really recommend setting those intentions right around the 21st. We will actually have a new moon just the very next day in Aries, one of 2 new moons that we're going to be having in your 7th house. Between Jupiter going through your 7th house, eclipses that are going to begin in your 7th house. In July, the North Node moves into your 7th house. There is so much focus on other people. So if you are a client-based business, you're going to have a lot of clients. If you are somebody who is hoping to meet somebody new and get into a relationship, it might happen very suddenly, very quickly over these next few months. We can see engagements, weddings, meeting people from foreign places, and just sudden romantic kind of things that are taking up very quickly. Equally, for those of you guys who are partnered, traveling with partners can be a theme, and there can be a sense of like really ironing out a trip and having a conversation about somewhere that you want to go, or having a positive interaction in regards to vehicles, buying vehicles, or yeah, just getting away together for like a weekend. I'm really liking the solstice because I feel like it's giving you a fresh start in your relationships and then followed by a new moon. So set intentions on the 21st for positive changes in relationships, whether it's meeting someone new or just spending more time with your significant other. On the 23rd, we're going to see Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius, and that's going to be moving into your 5th house, and it's a fellow sister sign. If you are a Libra rising, anywhere between 0 and let's say 5 degrees of Libra, you are going to be experiencing a trine to your ascendant, which is a really powerful aspect. Essentially, Pluto wants to bring change and transformation. Generally, it comes on in a way that is going to be very definitive because Pluto is like a guaranteed final stop. So for Libra risings, Pluto, which rules your money and your resources, moving into the 5th, where it's taking all that your talent, it's taking maybe even some of your investments and really kind of throwing it into the 5th house. So this is an interesting transit. You know, the 5th house is about taking chances and risks. There can be big risk and big reward. Some of you guys may feel like you're willing to take risks with investments in stocks and gambling. Others feel like they're willing to take creative risks and they're willing to do anything in the pursuit of happiness and also performance, or maybe even just creativity, right? Lots of passion comes with Pluto in the 5th house. Now, the 5th house also rules anything in regards to lovers, playmates. It can be about children. A lot of Libra risings, I think, because you're experiencing eclipses and they are going to be impacting your ascendant later this year. Pluto hanging out in your 5th house, it can be an indication that Libra risings are anticipating having a pregnancy in this next year. Definitely Pluto going into the 5th house does radically change your love life through the means of potentially having a child, but that trine to your ascendant is a positive transformation of the relationship that you have with yourself and also with your body. Now, let's say it's not having a kid. It can be about dance, performance, creativity, something that's more sexual or provocative in nature, which is going to make you feel like you're really leaning into that Venusian kind of archetype. It can be taking a dance class or a pole class. I mean, that could be something you could do just to kind of unleash that energy. It can be the marker, though, of having, after a period of disappointments with your love life, a need to kind of go, okay, no more, I'm done here. If you're self-employed, if you're an artist or a creative, there can be like a creative breakthrough that you can have, and suddenly it's going to be like this rebranding or redefining of yourself. That trine to your ascendant I love because it's going to make you harmonize with other people quite well and really focus on your diplomacy skills. On the 25th, we're going to see Mars enter into the sign of Cancer. So Mars will be moving into your 10th house. And yes, this is going to be kind of loud for you, Libra. You have got a lot of presence in Aries this month. So you're going to see a focus on other people and relationships. You're going to see Mars go full steam ahead into your 10th house, which is going to be all about your career. And it's all squaring or opposing your ascendant. So it's important to really be diplomatic when you can. There's a lot of attention coming from partners, so it's going to be about how you're bouncing around ideas, especially professionally with partners or with clients. Mars in the 10th house is a really strong building period, so you'll have a couple of weeks here to focus on building towards your goals when it comes to your career, but also it's going to be through emotional changes or what's incentivizing you emotionally to want to, get out there. It can be a time where you are a little bit more competitive in the workspace, especially when it comes to other people. If you happen to be like working in the same field as a partner, or maybe you work with a romantic partner or a business partner, working together is the way to go, but I could definitely see some heads butting a little bit throughout this transit. Be mindful that you'll come off as somebody who can be really emotionally aggressive with the transits in your 10th house. Okay, what's nice about this is that it's going to trine the South Node throughout this transit, and it's also going to trine Saturn. So it tells me that the work that you're doing is more so about, I think, setting up your life, where work is working around your lifestyle, and you have to feel more emotionally secure with some of the changes that you're making work-wise. So to me, it seems like navigating your setting up work based off of what it is that you actually need to have more balance in your day-to-day life. Then on the 28th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Aries in your 7th house. So Mercury can be communication, messages, phone calls, emails. Aries comes very quickly. It's from another person. Jupiter is going to be something that's beneficial in terms of news. You may get some really good news from a sibling, from a neighbor, right? You may get a really exciting email, or somebody who wants to pay you a compliment, or somebody who wants to collaborate with you. Somebody might contact you and ask you if you want to come to a speaking engagement, right? Mercury rules the 12th house of what's hidden and the 9th house of foreigners. So I think that some of you guys are going to start having much more contact with people from other places. So it can be in other parts of the country that you live in, but it can be all over across the world. I'm noticing this. I'm Libra rising. I think with Jupiter in my 7th house and transits going through my 7th house, I'm seeing that there's just a lot of people from all over the world that are tuning in and watching my videos. So perhaps for some of you guys, it's just kind of expanding your platforms and who you're partnering with, or who you're kind of in connection to in other parts of the world. On the 30th, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus. So by this time, Venus has moved through Aries. It's in Taurus in your natal 8th house. This is wild. Pay attention to all the Venus transits, okay? When Venus comes into conjunction with Jupiter and Chiron, heal that issue that comes up in a relationship. When Venus touches on the North Node, pay attention to what you're receiving from others. When Venus conjuncts Uranus, I can't tell you what's going to happen. All I can say is that it rules your body and your appearance, and it rules your 5th house of joy and creativity and having fun. This can be big risk, big reward. Something can pay off. So it can be winning a lottery or a scratcher. It can be that there is freedom, the need for freedom sexually in regards to your love life, and that there's some shocking stuff that goes on with either a younger person or with a lover. Your partner, if you have a business partner or a romantic partner, might suddenly have a very quick, sudden uptick in their resources. And I still think that it could be pregnancy, because you've got your 1st house lord coming into conjunction with Uranus, and it is going to be Pluto moving into your 5th. Now, maybe you have children. This can be a time where there's just some shocking surprises in terms of what's going on with your kids, with their finances, with their love life. That's the other way I could look at it. But yeah, you'll have to let me know what happens with that conjunction. Watch for sudden changes in joint resources. That can definitely happen. And sometimes the 8th represents losses. So Venus going through Taurus is strong, But when it's conjunct Uranus, it could mean that, oh my gosh, I, put money into this investment and it went belly up. Or it could be, oh my goodness, I actually lost some kind of money in some way. So just be mindful of your resources around the 30th. Watch all of those Venus transits throughout this month. I think probably the most challenging one will be the Venus-Uranus conjunction, to be honest with you. The Venus-Jupiter is a little bit sweeter. So let's see what the cards say in terms of the month ahead for you, Libra. I get the Six of Swords. Six of Swords. Moving on, making changes. It can be actual movement. It can be in limbo. So that can suggest that maybe you're having second thoughts about a relationship. Maybe you're having second thoughts about a living situation, right? Saturn, Mercury can be like, I don't know if I am happy here in this relationship, in this living situation, wherever you might be. There can also be a sense of like I said, being in limbo. Six of Swords means you're going on to more peaceful kind of places. Things are going to kind of calm down a little bit. I definitely think that with Pluto changing signs, and I definitely think that with Saturn changing signs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you still don't have challenges on the horizon. Movement, talks of moving, that's going to be a thing. I mean, you're definitely going to see that when the eclipses come in the fall. And I think come July, when the nodes are squaring Pluto, there's a definitive need to change or transform something about your home. Now, it can be with your family, doesn't necessarily need to be your physical home space, but that I do think is coming inevitably at some point in the future. So maybe the beginning process of that is coming here soon. Maybe just changes with your private life in general, okay? Good luck, my Libras. I will see you next month. For Scorpio and Scorpio rising, welcome to your March 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Let's get into it. We've got a lot of planets changing signs this month, including your chart ruler. Now, March is going to kick off with the 2nd, where on March the 2nd, we are going to see a Saturn-Mercury conjunction in the 4th house. My Scorpios, similar to my Taurus and Leo and Aquarius risings, it's been real. Saturn is finally getting ready to leave your 4th house. Things are going to ease up a little bit, but this seems to be maybe like a definitive moment, okay? You have got Mercury, which represents goals, and it represents friends and networking. Aquarius is the future, okay? And we've got the conjunction involving the 8th house lord as well. So what are your goals when it comes to home and family? What are your goals when it comes to your joint resources? Mercury conjunct Saturn makes me feel like you can have a hard heart-to-heart with a sibling. Okay, Saturn rules your 4th house. Or with a parent. Or there can just be a need to really kind of lay down the law in terms of rules in the home with a roommate, or if your family is coming to stay with you. There can be some difficult kind of conversations. But if people are visiting to come and stay, it can feel a little burdensome, or it can feel like it's hard to kind of communicate with them. All right, so the fact that it's conjuncting Saturn also makes me feel like this is about making commitments to your family or making commitments to your home. Maybe you're making decisions about where you want to live, when you want to move. These things can be coming up. Watch for difficult conversations with parents. This same day, though, we are also going to see that Venus is going to conjunct Jupiter, which is a positive transit. So Venus rules relationships. So if you are in a romantic relationship, if you're married, Venus rules these people, and it's coming into conjunction with Jupiter, ruler of the 2nd house. So we've got the 12th house lord, the 2nd house lord, and the 7th house lord. Well, if anything, Saturn through your 4th house is family karma. It can also be karma in regards to your partner or your spouse's career. And something about the conjunction here and then the Venus-Jupiter conjunction makes me feel like that on one hand, there can be really positive like things happening at work, like there's lots of growth and opportunity and there's plenty of work and people who want to either hire you or be working with you. I also feel like this can bring more positive changes in regards to your health. So Jupiter can be about investing more money. Venus can be about enjoying it. So I wonder if you're watching health or fitness videos. I wonder if you're working out in a private place or just focusing on being more active by yourself. Because this is 12th house to your 7th, I would say if you're in a relationship, be mindful that your partner can be undergoing some health-related issues, and they may need to be focusing on more rest and recuperation and healing. You may be of service to them in some way, or maybe they're bugging out about something work-wise and you're able to kind of help them. That's the other way that I could see it. Positive blessings in regards to new healers coming into your life, doctors, primary care physicians, and also like vet or veterinary needs as well, because this is in the house of animals. Okay, then on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn enter Pisces. So Scorpio rising. Finally, Saturn leaves your 4th house of home and family. It moves into your 5th house. Now, the good news is that it's going to be trining your ascendant, sun, or moon, okay? And you're also going to see that once Mars is in Cancer, Saturn will be trining Mars as well. So you're going to have a lot of support in the skies with outer planets. Your 5th house deals with your happiness, your love life, romance, creativity, and self-employment. So if you are self-employed, if you're an artist or a creative, if you're in the spiritual field, if you do some kind of work in regards to working with younger people or children or artists, this will benefit you. Saturn's going to stay in the sign for 2.5 years. It wants you to buckle down and focus more on figuring out what makes you happy. Just forewarning, okay, generally the way that this transit works is it's going to try to get your attention and make you realize like where you're not feeling fulfilled. If you don't have enough romance, if you're not having enough fun, believe it or not, even though Saturn can be a bit of a killjoy, it's going to make you focus on things that are going to bring you happiness. And you're going to have to schedule play dates, and you're going to have to make time for friends and for vacations and to practice working on creative projects and just better kind of defining some of those creative skills. Saturn rules your 3rd house of communication or online or social media, your local community. So I wonder like if there's a way for you to be showcasing some of your creative stuff online, starting a website, starting a social media platform, to show other people what you're creating, right? And maybe you're creative with words. It doesn't necessarily have to be like you designing something. Maybe you're creative in a sense of working with younger people or organizing events locally in your community for younger people or children. Regardless of how you do this, just know that Saturn is going to keep working on you, trying to get you to realize that it's really important that you're participating in things that are making you feel fulfilled. Be careful with gambling, be careful with the stock market. You're going to be a little less likely to want to take risks. It can have you get serious about your love life. Saturn is about commitment and it rules the 3rd house of conversations. So perhaps if you're dating somebody and it's getting serious, you start talking about whether or not you would move in together. Perhaps you have to commit a little bit more to some out-of-town trips and getting, out for a couple days at a time, and having some short kind of romantic getaways. And you may start having more serious conversations with partners about what you're looking for in a relationship, if you're looking for love, and if you're interested in having children. On the other side of this transit of Saturn being in your 5th, you're going to have Uranus still in your 7th, eclipses still in your 7th, and Jupiter going into your 7th. That's a huge sudden explosion in spring of relationships, but it's going to be under the guise of the sextile to Saturn, which is stabilizing. Some of you guys may suddenly fall in love and realize this is the person I want to be with, and you get married. Other people might realize, hey, this isn't cutting it for me, and they have changes in relationships. Relationships and commitments can start suddenly because of children. Saturn going through the 3rd house makes me feel like if you have kids, you're really focused on their education, maybe if they're older, how they're driving, learning how to drive, and you're communicating and talking to them more about dating and sex. But I do think for a lot of you guys, because the 5th house is your first child, it can be about either dealing with your first child or at some point throughout this Saturn transit, it can be about the birth of your first child. But the 5th house can be creative projects as well. So I have seen in some certain situations, the 5th house, which would be the first child, manifests as like a project or being self-employed. All right, so now we've got on the 14th of the month, we are going to see the final Mars in Gemini square Neptune and Pisces. So this has happened off and on in 2022. Very frustrating because you had months and months of Mars retrograde. And that's important because it's your chart ruler and it was in the 8th house. So you felt like you were dealing with karma, changes in your joint resources, changes in intimacy, really kind of going through and figuring out what you owe, what you're paying, what you need to pay off, all that stuff. And it's been in hard angle to Neptune. So I think that for some of you guys, it's like, what is going to make me happy? And like, what do I invest in? And like, what is safe? But I think it's also about working through issues in regards to intimacy and feeling loved or feeling appreciated or feeling safe with other people. So throughout that retrograde, hopefully you guys did a lot of healing in the intimacy department. There can be a sense with this square that, you know, you're having mixed feelings about making an investment or a romantic partnership. On the 15th, you're going to see the Sun conjunct Neptune, and that's going to be in your 5th house. The Sun rules your 10th house of career, and Neptune obviously rules your 5th. This can be a really interesting time for like releasing creative things. If you're an artist or if you work with music or performance, if you're on stage, it can be a time where you really steal the show and you're really feeling like there's something divinely playing out in regards to what you're creating and really opening up the door for new creative like juices to flow. It can be a time where you're feeling really romantic and also very inspired by your love life and losing yourself in a creative project. On the 20th, the Sun is going to enter Aries. And so this is going to be moving into your 6th house. This is really the beginning of the true astrological new year. So this is really, really potent with the opportunity and the ability to start fresh. I really recommend for Scorpio risings that if you want to establish better habits, if you want to kick a bad habit, if you want to be more consistent with your fitness, your diet, your gym stuff, training, if you're wanting to find a new job, if you need a new assistant, whatever. 6th house is like all the busy stuff that we don't want to do. And Aries is uncomfortable compared to your sign. They're both Mars related, but you're a little bit more emotional and a little bit more reserved, and Aries is not. Because we're going to have 2 new moons here, one at 0 degrees and one at 29, it's very clear that the universe really wants you to figure out what this 6th house transit is all about. I feel like money can be made by helping other people and being generous and giving back. I feel also that you need to be investing in your health. So be mindful of what you're eating. You may spend a little bit more money on food with Jupiter here. With Venus coming into conjunction, you know, seeking out healers and people who can help you kind of shift things around, especially energetically, can be really important. But I think that this is really going to be setting the stage for new work, new habits, new daily routine. So on the 21st, when you have that new moon, please do set intentions in regards to that because it's going to be really important for your health. On the 23rd, Pluto is going to enter into Aquarius. And yeah, this is a lot. Pluto is your chart ruler next to Mars. So Pluto transits are very potent for you. The truth is that you still have a whole lot of action going on in your angular houses, right? South node is still in your 1st house. You're learning to let go of yourself. North node is moving through your 7th. You're focusing on relationships and partners of destiny. Other people are going to help point you in the direction of where you need to go. Uranus is there, so it comes on fast, and sometimes it's hard to trust people. But now as you see the nodes move into a square with Pluto in your 4th house, it's very clear your home is about to totally change forever. Now, whether that is your inner emotional world, physically where you're living, or perhaps even your family, there is going to be a rebirth. Pluto is your chart ruler, so it does represent you being the one who is going to instigate this. You're going to transform your inner personal world or your home life in some way. This can be under the guise of like remodeling a home. It can also be about the death of a relative or saying goodbye to a place that you've always lived. Sometimes it can be about an inheritance and some kind of power struggle over control in regards to an estate. Just be mindful of all this stuff. I think that this is going to impact the fixed signs a lot, especially if you're like the first 3 or 4 degrees of Scorpio, because it does represent a power struggle. And generally this transit does mark a beginning period where you either move or there's some profound change at home. I'm not going to tell you how it's going to happen. I'm just going to tell you that with Pluto in a square to the nodes, that relationships are really expanding. And as relationships expand, or as things are shifting with your partnerships, there is a need to also shift in your emotions, your family, your home life, perhaps even, you know, a need to relocate for the right relationship. And you can find that you're kind of at a point where you have to make a definitive decision about what you're willing to change within your private life to better enhance relationships. On the 25th, you're going to see Mars go into the sign of Cancer. So you'll feel that because you're ruled by Mars, and it's going to move into a sister sign. So as Mars moves into Cancer, it's going to move into your 9th house. So it says that you may be more active in learning, traveling, you know, working with mentors, doing some kind of training. Maybe you're planning a trip. And I really like Mars in the 9th house with the trines to a Scorpio ascendant, and also the trines to Saturn in the 5th. It makes me feel like you're going to go, it's okay, we can travel and have, you know, our kids with us. Or, you know, I am going to go and take a new course or a workshop on learning a new software, or learning how to design something, or how to, you know, develop this technique better. Mentors can show up, people who can really incentivize you to really focus and hone in on your craft. Mars will spend several weeks there, and I think you're going to like it. Even though Mars is not comfortable in Cancer, moving through the 9th house, I do feel like it has some favorable aspects in your chart. On the 28th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Aries, and that's going to be in your 6th house. Mercury is going to be about friends and online groups and associations. It's also about joint resources, and it's going to meet in the 6th. So I feel like there can be a sense of like other people giving you appreciation or kind of like applause for something you were willing to assist with or help or perfect or donate. In some way that you were of service, you're going to get recognition, basically. And Mercury Jupiter is good news. So I feel like this is going to be like other people speaking highly of you, making recommendations, trying to connect you so you could potentially do other work. And I think that it's gonna be a really positive indication in regards to your health. So perhaps maybe your physical and your mental health is doing better. Maybe also you're sharing some kind of information with other people about what you've been doing fitness or dietary wise. And then finally on the 30th, Venus will be in the sign of Taurus, and it will come into conjunction with Uranus. Okay, so your 7th house is other people. So it's relationships, partners, business partners, clients. If you are in a committed relationship, Venus going through the 7th house is positive because it's going to bring more love and affection and appreciation. And if you're single, you're going to be more likely to meet people, and people are just going to be more, you know, kind of sweet. The problem is that Venus is going to have to go through Taurus. It's going to enter into Taurus, square Pluto, and then it's going to come into conjunction with Uranus. So that tells me that somewhere from, you know, the time that Pluto enters, so that's going to be around the 23rd, through the end of the week, there's some friction. There's some friction going on with relationships with family members, or there's some friction going on in regards to a living situation in a relationship. Now, here's your warning, okay? Especially for the latter part of the month of March. If you know that family is visiting, if you know that family is going to be around you and potentially around a romantic partner and they don't get along, you've been forewarned. Equally, there can be a sense of a partner really saying to you, hey, you know, I really care about you, or I really love you, or I really want to work on this thing, but the home dynamic, it's not working for me. You can see partners act pretty erratically. Equally, Uranus-Venus aspects are love at first sight. So if you're somebody who's single and looking and available, you could meet somebody suddenly out of the blue, or somebody from the past comes back because Uranus rules your past. Regardless, whether it's a relative that reconnects with you, an old flame that reconnects with you, or if it's just you having a little bit of back and forth, arguing with somebody in the family or a partner about what you guys are going to be doing within the home or within the property, in a property sense, just watch for those waves of some turbulence, okay? And like I said, because you're ruled by Mars, you need to know what's going on with Mars. So that Mars ingress into Cancer is pretty significant. That Pluto ingress into Aquarius is pretty significant. This is going to be a really busy month for you, Scorpio. So just be on the up and up, be on the lookout, and don't go against the grain with making change in your home life. It can actually be a really powerful experience for you. So let's see what these cards say for the month ahead. Yeah, I kind of thought that was, I was expecting like a 10 of some kind. I didn't know which one, but I was expecting it. And you got it. You get the 10 of Wands. Feeling overwhelmed, burdened, a lot of responsibility, a lot's on your shoulders, okay? Saturn going into the 5th house can deal with fathers. It can be about becoming a father. Pluto going in the 4th house is a change with parents. So I'm wondering if there's something like that where you're just like, I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders right now. Having to pick up and move physically can happen with this card. Having to pick up all of your things and going back home or being with family, that's not unusual. That can happen with this transit. Pluto is a long-standing transit though, so it's going to be in and out for 2 years. So maybe it's about making long-term plans about where you see yourself being in the long term, but also in regards to being with or around your family. Regardless, be careful, take your time. You don't need to do it all at one time. The lesson with this card is that you want to complete something and you want to do it in a slow, strategic manner so you're not making a mess with all those wands and spilling things. But I do think this is about heavy burdens this month. Good luck. All right, so we've got Sag and Sag rising. Welcome to March of 2023. I hope you're doing well. Well, the month is going to kick off with a Mercury-Saturn conjunction taking place in your natal 3rd house. This will be at 29 degrees. It's on the cusp of your 4th house. And I do think it can be about some really prominent conversations that you're having either with a sibling or with a partner, okay? Watch for issues with neighbors. Mercury-Saturn can be difficult communication. It can be having a hard discussion with a romantic partner, with a brother, sister, aunt, uncle. It can be getting like a warning about some kind of limit in the mail. Maybe you have to sign something really significant. Maybe you're having to invest a little bit of money into an online store or business. Or perhaps even you're having to sign like a lease of some kind, right? Or you're making the decision that you're willing to move or somebody is willing to move to be with you. That is 29 degrees. And so being that it's so close to your 4th house cusp, it's suggesting, hey, this thing is coming. So you might have to talk to family about helping take care of a parent or about traveling back and forth and visiting an older relative. Now this same day, we're going to see Venus conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So this is extremely positive for Sagittarius risings in particular. Jupiter is your chart ruler. It brings abundance and all the good things that you wish for. It magnifies situations. Jupiter is in a fellow fire sign, so it's extra potent. And in your 5th house, you want more playtime, more love, more creativity, more fun, more opportunities to take chances. So likely you really want to go on vacations or you really want to expand something about your romantic life. Now, with Venus and Jupiter coming into conjunction with each other, it's extra sweet. So I wonder if this is about you cutting loose and going and having some fun with friends. I also could see this as there being some good news in terms of your love life. You might have a really excellent romantic, time right around the conjunction taking place on the 2nd. I could see you saying, I love you, or I love this. And it can be wonderful for hobbies and things that are sports related or something that might be on stage. Now, Venus is sweet and it also is about women. So if it's not falling in love, it could also be about pregnancy. Jupiter rules your body. It also rules your 4th house of home and kind of like motherhood. So some of you guys can be finding out you're pregnant with your first child, or if you have a daughter, it's extra potent that there can be some good news coming from either your daughter, your first child, or if you have a kid that's got some Aries in their chart, okay? Gambling, taking chances, it could be a thing. You could see that. There's going to be a square from the moon, so I wonder how that's going to play out. Okay, so then on the 7th, we see Saturn change signs. Okay, so Saturn and Mercury are now in your 4th house. My Sagittarians, especially if you are a Sagittarius rising from 0 to about 10 degrees, you're going to be having Saturn transit your 4th house this year. It'll be squaring your ascendant. When a planet crosses an angle, it lights up our chart like a Christmas tree. So you've got Saturn that will square your ascendant, it'll square your descendant, it opposes your midheaven. From somebody who has a natal Saturn in the 4th house, take it from me. It can feel very heavy, okay? Saturn is moving through a sign that's very emotional, it's sensitive, and it's private. So as Saturn goes into the 4th house, you may have to help take care of an older relative. You may have family members that are sick. You may be focusing on bringing more spirituality and making your home your Zen zone. Maybe you're dealing with plumbing issues. Maybe you're dealing with water damage. Maybe you're dealing with foundational issues. Maybe you're just trying to find a home. Regardless, there is this heavy effect, like throwing a weight or an anchor overboard, where you feel landlocked. Emotionally, we can feel a little low. Yoga helps. Rearranging your home or your kitchen helps, and bring some water into the house. I know it sounds crazy, but get like a desktop waterfall, or maybe change, you know, some of your decor into stuff that's connected with the sea. Or you can bring in different lighting or just like different spiritual statues and things like that to kind of zen the house. Like seriously consider getting your house feng shuied. It can make all the difference with this transit. Heavy moods come with this, but also it really gets you to think about rebuilding the foundation of your life. And some relationship and career stuff can feel overwhelming and out of reach. But throughout this transit, you're going to redefine what it means to have your own home or have family. And you may even do some research into your family lineage throughout this transit. It'll be here for 2.5 years. And I'm really curious about Saturn and Mercury coming into conjunction and then Saturn goes in. Are you having somebody move in with you? Are you talking to a partner about moving? Is there something going on with traveling and a sibling? Watch for any of these things. On the 14th of the month, we're going to have the 3rd Mars square Neptune. Oh boy. In Gemini. So we've had 3 of these now. Go back and listen to, or I gave you guys the dates that took place in 2022. You've had Mars in your 7th house for 7-ish months. So it's been a long while. You guys have had a lot of working out in relationships. So you have seen where there's probably been more conflicts with partners. You've probably seen where there's been more arguments, but also really bringing up the fact that we need to kind of clear the air or clear out the subconscious, because Mars rules what's private or what's hidden. So you've been working out some of your anxiety through relationships, learning how to communicate without having conflict. Mars has been in a square with Neptune in the 4th. So either that's like not knowing what's changing with relationships and how that's going to impact your home life, or there being some conflict in regards to relationships with family, or maybe you're like, I don't know, you know, where I want to live and I don't know what's going to go on with my partner. Those squares have been very confusing. And if you think back to last year during Virgo season, right, like August and September, and also you'll see this during this season, these are really important times because you're going to experience squares all across this chart. So in the spring, in the fall of 2022, it was all about changes at work, right? And getting that all stabilized. Now, what you'll see throughout this month is changes emotionally, private, and within the home, and how that's impacting relationships and how that's impacting you. Basically, if you've been back and forth on and off with a partner, or a partner maybe has been like a little evasive, or maybe you've been going through some changes with the relationship and deciding whether or not you stay together or you let it go, you can see more of these themes kind of come up during the square. There can also be an element of deception. So if people have been deceiving you or dishonest with you, it might start to finally become clear. On the 15th, then we're going to see the sun come into conjunction with Neptune. Mercury will be there as well. So that's a lot of energy about the home and the family and the state of something going on with your private life, and how it's, you know, possibly impacting your relationship and stuff that could also perhaps impact travel to some regard. Lower vibe day, lower energy day. Honestly, I look at the sun and Neptune in the 4th house and I'm like, have a mental health day, have you know, a smoothie, hang out by a pool, focus on, you know, taking a bath, reading, relaxing, just like decompress, because there can be some really heavy moods that are going on with that transit. On the 20th, we're going to see the sun enter into Aries. So this will be the spring equinox here in the Northern Hemisphere, and it is the astrological new year, which means things are actually going to move forward. You want to set intentions around this time. It's really potent, especially considering you're going to see the sun come into conjunction with your chart ruler in the 5th. So the question is, what do you want? What's going to make you the happiest? Is it going to be a new lover? Is it going to be a new creative project? Is it a new hobby? Do you need to go and spend a day at an amusement park? How can you honor the inner child and the inner artist? Equally, the sun is about what you're learning, right? So there can be a sense of focusing on, what am I learning about joy? What am I learning about fun and creativity? And maybe connecting with people in other places. Maybe you want to learn a new creative skill or hobby. Horse betting might be a thing because of the connection there. I don't know. I'm not trying to incentivize you to be degenerates, but you know, you could. Okay, so the day after the sun moves into that part of your chart, you're going to have a new moon. So it's like Jupiter there, Venus there, a new moon there. There's something new that's going to emerge that you're going to love. And whether it's a hobby, a person, or the potential of a child, I kind of see that. And you're going to have two new moons. One will be an eclipse in your 5th house. So the first one is going to be on the 21st. So if you're looking for new relationships, new romance, if you're looking for just some good love mojo, set intentions on that day. You'll have another new moon, which is going to be at 29 degrees, and that's going to be in April, but that'll be an eclipse. And that's why I think that a lot of you guys are going to be either falling in love or falling pregnant. We've got on the 23rd, Pluto enters Aquarius. So Pluto's going to move into the 3rd house. Don't fear this transit, Sag. Aquarius is a friend of yours because if something's in Aquarius, it's sextiling your energy. So it's building off of your fire energy. Equally, when Pluto moves into your 3rd house, it's going to trine your 7th of relationships. So powerful relationship union and communication. And it's going to trine your 11th house of goals and also friendships. So it's really opening the lines of communication in deep, powerful ways. Now, Pluto is a gnarly planet. It rules your 12th house, which is what is unseen, what's hidden and subconscious. It can even be about secret enemies. So as Pluto moves into the 3rd house, you can have issues communicating with people in your local neighborhood. You can have problems with your siblings. You can have issues communicating with people by messenger or mail. There can be issues also with just negative thought patterning. Do be careful also when it comes to driving and contracts. Read all of the fine print because some things can be very binding. The 3rd house also deals with like writing, thinking, learning language, and also the lungs. So Sag risings may be more predisposed to having issues with memory, the mind, communication, or breathing. Pay attention to all of these things because the 12th house is hospitals. So if you do start having issues in any one of these areas, you need to take it very seriously and you need to be all over it. For the most part, Pluto is going to be in and out of this sign for a couple of years. It's not going to settle until the end of 2024, going into 2025. So it'll be a long stretch of redefining how you think, how you communicate. This can mean that you're going to, get rid of one social media platform and start a new one. It might be about rebranding. It might be that you're realizing that power is manifestation and speaking or writing things into reality, right? So journaling can be something that can be a very powerful exercise for you. On the 25th, we're going to see Mars go into Cancer. So Mars will leave your 7th house where it's been so action oriented and it's going to go into the 8th house. And so even though Mars is not as comfortable in Cancer, it is very comfortable in the 8th house. So it does make me feel like if the mood is right? If emotions are right, then it can be a very sexy time. It can be a time where you can be gaining more from other people, more resources, more money, more clients. People might be more generous with you. And Mars is like a sexual planet. So in the 8th house, it makes me feel like if there's a good emotional connection, there can be a lot of opportunity for intimacy. Now, while Mars is in your 8th house, it's also going to bring up trines to your South Node transit and also trines to Saturn in the 4th. So we've got South Node in the 12th, we're going to have Mars in the 8th, and we're going to have Saturn in the 4th. When you have trines going on in water signs, they are emotional and sensitive and psychic. So you might notice that you're more empathic than usual. Also, sometimes we see endings, sometimes we see things that finish up. So whether it's endings of jobs, joint resource opportunities, changes with homes, these things can all happen. So be mindful of that. Mars being in this part of the skies can definitely, you know, bring that up for you. On the 28th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So Mercury rules other people. Jupiter is your chart ruler. So there's something about you and another person coming together. And there's some really positive news. Yet another reason why I think it's going to be like, oh, I'm in love, or oh, I'm pregnant. Usually I don't make these predictions unless I see the transits happening several times over. So you guys will see. Give it a month or so, and a lot of you guys will be like, whoa, this happened. Mercury can also be about alliances and agreements. So I feel like you might sign on with a new client, with a new counselor, a new therapist. It means also that you have a lot of support from your partner. Maybe you're just focusing more on romance and going out there and having fun and having a good time. Regardless, there's going to be some good news, or you could be saying, I love you. Then on the 30th, we're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Venus rules relationships with others, like friends, and it also has connections to health and your daily routine. So it's going to come into conjunction in your 6th house. Okay. If you work with friends, if you employ friends, there can definitely be much more of enjoying your daily routine because you're with like-minded people. Maybe it's a day where you get to help or assist a friend in need, or they may help you, especially kind of getting your to-do list done, or maybe they offer to help watch animals for you. Uranus has to do with traveling. That's why I say that. It can also mean that, you know, you're more predisposed to having some accidents or issues pertaining to like scheduling or overscheduling, or issues with like glitches in technology at work, and somebody's willing to kind of come and help you work through it. Venus likes being in Taurus. Venus is not happy being in the 6th house because that says that there's delays and disappointments and accidents. And Venus coming into conjunction with Uranus makes me feel like there can definitely be some unexpected conversations with siblings, with other people, some hangups and changes to your schedule, and perhaps some changes also with your daily routines. You know, I do see relationship issues here. And with Mars in a square with Neptune still, and some of you guys are, you know, have been kind of taking space from partnerships, I wonder if this is going to be that definitive moment where you decide whether or not you can work through it, right? Definitely pay attention to all of these conjunctions to Jupiter. When Venus is conjunct Jupiter, when Mercury is conjunct Jupiter, when you see the new moon in the 5th house, when you see other planets come into conjunction with Jupiter, even in April, the 5th house is so very important. So the question is, what do you love? Where are you taking action? And where can you be a little bit more passionate? Let's see what the cards say for you, my Saggies. I get the 6 of coins. What you give is what you get. I like this because I feel like there is help if you need help, right? There's assistance. I think that that's the truth, because you still have the North Node in the 6th, so people are willing to help you if you need help, whether this is, you know, helping you at work or helping you with your health. This is investing your time and energy wisely into things that are a fair and even exchange. So there can be a sense of you looking at things being like, does this benefit me, or am I just giving all of my time and my energy and my resources away? The 6th house is about work, and the 4th house is about home. So I wonder, with Saturn going into your 4th, if you're like, I'm so busy working, what am I building for myself? Like, what am I creating outside of just, you know, being busy 24/7? You know, what's my private life like? So you're investing more in people who are going to help you enrich that. And that's sometimes just making more of an effort, or just creating more time in your schedule for you to enjoy these types of relationships. Okay. Good luck, my Sagittarians. I will see you next month. For Capricorn and Capricorn rising, welcome to March of 2023. I hope you're doing well. We're going to kick off the month on the 2nd of March, where we see Saturn and Mercury come into conjunction. Well, this is important because Saturn rules your chart. So anytime anything's touching on Saturn, you're going to feel it. Now, thankfully, it is connected to your 9th house lord, Virgo, about information, traveling, legal stuff, documents, papers, publishing, education. And your 6th house, which deals with assistance and help and kind of working through things. For Capricorn and Capricorn rising, if you guys are needing to spend money on legal fees or on getting a publisher to help you publish something, if you're making a commitment to going to a new school, if you are willing to invest money in travel, all of these things can happen during this transit. There is definitely like a becoming aware of what your values are and like really sticking with them. Saturn's getting ready to leave your 2nd house. It's been a little challenging these last few years. Maybe you have felt like you've had to kind of scale back a little bit with your spending. Maybe it's also taken a swipe at your self-esteem. But now that it's leaving, as Mercury comes into conjunction, I think this is about realizing your worth and not taking any less than what you deserve. Whether that's like in terms of work or just what you're willing to do to help other people, and whether or not you're feeling like you're getting enough back. Okay, that's really important. You might look at things and go, it's not worth my time, right? It's not worth my time. It's not worth my health, you know, staying in a job that may not be beneficial for me. Equally, you might decide that you're laying off something, you're going to stop doing something, you're going to stop eating something. That might come up as well. And on the same day, we're going to see Venus conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So this is like super loud for the cardinal signs, because there's a lot of energy that's going to be in Aries and Cancer this month. We've got your 4th house where this is happening. So Jupiter conjunct Venus. So Venus rules a woman or people of superiority in the family. So it can be about a mother or a sister. And I definitely think there can be some back and forth with a sister, right? Jupiter rules the 3rd house, conjunct Venus. So maybe you're having to have a conversation with a parent, a sister, somebody like that. And honestly, it should be positive news, but the challenge that I'm seeing is the conjunction to Chiron. So it's like having a conversation with somebody you don't want to talk about it, but you need to. Or maybe you are, you know, taking charge of a home or domestic situation, and you know you need to do it, and it'll end up kind of benefiting you. Jupiter rules your 12th house. So I think that this is also like, if you've got family in another place or in a foreign place, going back and forth with them, especially about property or resources or how to take care of a female family member. Generally, this is a positive conjunction, but we've got Venus in a sign that it's not happy, and we've also got this happening in the 4th house. So touch wood, it's not unusual to see female relatives need rest, recuperation, or care. Equally, it's not unusual for there to be some issues in regards to managing a home or a property or a financial situation within the family. On the 7th, we're going to see the Saturn transit happen, where Saturn is going to leave your 2nd house of money resources and move into the 3rd house of siblings, communication, vehicles, and short distance travel. This is really important because Saturn is the planet that rules your chart, and it only changes signs every 2.5 years. So it's time for you to apply your focus and your determination and hard work in a new area. Thankfully, Pisces is a friendly sign. It sextiles Capricorn naturally. So if you're willing to do the work, then you're going to see that the vision comes to life. So I like Saturn sextile your ascendant. You're really focusing on clear communication, speaking from the heart. You're going to be really focusing on contracts and really trying to think more spiritually, and maybe just thinking about your emotions and your feelings before you speak, right? And you can have hang-ups though. There can be delays with moves. There can be problems with cars, particularly fluids, or issues with gas leaks. We might also find that there is more crime in regards to the neighborhood. Make sure you're locking your cars, keeping an eye on all that stuff. Don't leave anything valuable in your car, because this can be about making sure that your car is protected or that it's like within a space that can't be messed with. Saturn will be here for 2.5 years, and basically I would just say keep a journal, go walking, try to focus on communication. Don't be surprised if you have to update screens or apps or gadgets, and be very careful in regards to water damage. On the 14th, we're going to see the third and final Mars square Neptune transit. So Mars has been moving through the sign of Gemini. It has been in your natal 6th house, which is rather annoying. There is this sense of like, over the last 6 or 7 months, some of you guys have been out of work. Some of you guys have been dealing with health issues. Some of you guys have been, you know, working 2 jobs and just like back to back like crazy. Some of you guys have been trying to focus on some of your patterns and habits, okay? Now, Mars rules the home and it also rules goals. So I wonder, between these planets in the 4th sextiling Mars, is this about getting some assistance to help handle home and family dynamics? Some of you guys may benefit from hiring a housekeeper or a personal assistant or home care for a parent. You may even find that there is a need for you to exercise more action and responsibility when it comes to taking care of a pet. I have seen some of my clients go through these transits and they're going through like issues legally with like family and estates, and this can be about getting some support from somebody who's willing to help you work through that and like deal with family or property law related things. But now that it's moving forward, I think that you can get more done and you can be more clear about your goals and what you want to do with your day-to-day. You're less likely to want to have conflicts with siblings, and you may find that like not everybody is in your corner. You know, this is very, this is kind of foggy. The Mars-Neptune square can sometimes have people in your life that you think are like on your team and they're not. And it can be coworkers, it could be siblings, it could be issues with neighbors. I would also say like really watch home and property related things very closely, because there can be stuff that can go on. And also issues with vehicles, like vehicles and accidents. Watch for visibility issues, especially if you live in a place where there's extreme weather, okay? Go back, look at the last few times we had the squares in 2022, and you'll see a reoccurring theme. And I really just feel like it's like about your mental health and your daily routine and like learning to really focus on your health. You had a retrograde here and a retrograde here at the beginning of the year. Then on the 15th, the sun will conjunct Neptune. So this does make me feel like there can be a sense of having a difficult time communicating with someone, getting a hold of someone who's not responding to calls or texts or phone or any phone contact or email contact. Ghosty is kind of the vibe that I get. It can be a time where if you're not feeling like you're connecting in a literal way, it can be really beneficial to like pick up a tarot deck or some oracle cards or use a pendulum, something you can do with your hands to gain clarity. It can be also a really great time to get a reading. But I think that there is a sense of needing to kind of focus more on spirit rather than what is logical, okay? On the 20th of the month, we're going to see the sun enter into Aries. This is the true astrological new year, and this is really ripe with the opportunity to set new intentions. Now, the very next day, we will have a new moon in Aries at 0 degrees, one of 2 new moons that we're going to have in Aries within the next month and a half. This one's at 0 degrees, so it's trying to get you to focus on planting new seeds in regards to your home and your family. If you want to move, if you want to remodel your home, if you want to redecorate your home, if you're wanting to buy your first home, if you're planning on going back home visiting family, setting intentions in regards to this is important. Then you're going to have next month a 29-degree solar eclipse also in Aries. So it really wants you to focus on the 4th house. Jupiter's there, 2 new moons, and then over the summer, we're going to see the North Node move into the 4th. So you're going to shift away from work and career. You're going to focus more on your private life, your home life, and what you're building for yourself. And some of you guys will have your very first homes, or some of you guys will have your very first children. Okay, so then on the 23rd, we're going to see Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius. So Pluto finally leaves your sign. Okay, it's not completely over because it's going to go in and out of Capricorn for like 2 years. So you get a little bit of a reprieve. But for everyone, this is going to be a sneak peek into what Pluto is really going to bring us over the next like 20 years or so. Well, it leaves your first house, so you've gone through this transformation. Now it's going to go into your second house where it wants to transform something about your resources, your spending ability. And Pluto can be crisis. It doesn't always mean positive things. Pluto rules goals and friends. And so I feel like this is about bringing in wealthier friends, friends that are more established, friends that are helping invest in you, and also needing to have a really healthy relationship with money, and also a really healthy relationship with your self-esteem. That's so important. Saturn's gone through here the last few years. So likely you've already been kind of feeling like I need to tighten up, stick to a budget because you're concerned about what's going on economically. And this is also about spending. It can be a time where suddenly there is positive things happening though. I mean, eventually it will be positive, but I'm wondering if this is about you being like, I want to radically change or transform, you know, the way that I make money or how that I look at money and my relationship with money. But there can be financial issues that can come up. So just be mindful of that. You know, large purchases or things like that, you should be forewarned. It may not be the most ideal thing in the world. And I would still keep watching your budgeting. Pluto is also about the future. So I think that with Pluto going into Aquarius, it's going to be about you looking into like cryptocurrencies and other ways that you can diversify your assets. On the 25th, we're going to see Mars enter into Cancer. So Mars will finally leave Gemini and it will move into your 7th house of relationships. Okay. Number one, Mars is not totally comfortable in Cancer. It's a little crabby. It's a little sensitive and emotional. And Mars is also not entirely comfortable in the 7th house. So if you're in a relationship, you have a business partner, if you have a boyfriend, girlfriend, or somebody who you spend a lot of time with, especially at home, they can be particularly crabby. And this is building off of what I'm seeing in your 4th house. So it may not even be a partner if you're single. It might just be a parent or a family member. Mars is about conflict, fighting. So as it goes into the 7th house, having open conflict with family, okay? So you're going to have to deal with some kind of squabble with family, roommates, or something in regards to a home base. This will bring more action and motivation in regards to relationships. You can find that there's more opportunities to go and be active with partners, to be doing things around the home with partners, to be just more focused on intimacy with others. And what I like about this transit is that it's going to trine the south nodes. You're going to focus on goals. And it's also going to trine Saturn in your 3rd house. So it tells me that anything is possible with cool, calm communication and negotiation skills. And sometimes Saturn in the 3rd teaches you to listen, not necessarily focus on talking. And so I would say, like, listen to your emotions and decide how much energy you want to be expelling into talking to certain people who may potentially just be looking for a fight. But there also might be a sense of you communicating very clearly your boundaries with other people and telling them like what does and does not work for you, right? On the 28th of the month, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So Mercury deals with law, legality, travel, philosophy, you know, maybe foreigners, and the 6th house, which is about health and things in regards to your daily routine. So you may, if you're going through a program where you have to specialize in something, or maybe you're getting your license for something, maybe it's your license to fly, maybe it's your license to drive, maybe you are completing a program and you're getting licensed so you can work. That's one way this can play out. But it can also be that there is like positive news that comes in regards to home, family, legal things, or visas. So if you've been waiting to hear back about a visa, that can come through as well. But generally good news coming through with family. And then on the 30th, we're going to see Venus come into a conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So Venus rules your 10th house of career and also responsibility, or anything in regards to your public reputation. And it's going to move into the 5th. So this is going to be about taking responsibility for your happiness, taking responsibility for children, taking responsibility for your love life. And when Venus comes into contact with Uranus, there can be sudden, unexpected opportunities. Venus is very happy in Taurus, and it's very happy in the 5th house. So I feel like Venus going through the 5th might bring a sudden opportunity or a breakthrough in your love life. It might mean love at first sight. It might mean that you suddenly, unexpectedly feel inspired and you want to launch a new business, or you're going to start a new hobby. But it can also be a indication of an incoming pregnancy. Now you'll see this more when Jupiter goes into your 5th house in May. And we're going to have an eclipse there as well. So for some of you guys who are hoping to get pregnant or trying to get pregnant, it is possible. If you're like, no, that's not me, good news for the children that you do have. And also really good news for your love life. I'd buy a lottery ticket. That's just me, because that's going to be some nice transits, some unexpected gains might actually come from this, and some creative breakthroughs as well. Looks like it might be fun for like a date night. All right, so let's take a look, Capricorn. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead and what to focus on. I would say definitely Saturn changing signs is huge. Okay, so Mercury conjunct Saturn, huge. Saturn changing signs, and when Mars comes into a trine as well. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, this definitely makes sense, doesn't it? The Sun card. What's going to bring you happiness? Where do you want to light things up? Where do you want to focus on being able to feel successful? Sometimes the Sun card comes up after like a series of things that you feel like you just have to keep pushing through, or maybe you finally have a breakthrough with your career or something creatively, or something that involves children, having fun, finding your time in the sun. I'm so excited for Capricorn risings. I feel like once you get past some of these Jupiter squares and Pluto's out of your sign, like things get a whole lot easier this year for you, like a whole lot easier. Now that you've gone through the transformation, what do you love? What are you valuing? What are you putting your time and your energy into? What are you creating, right? Focus on that. Even if it's just about tuning into your inner child and allowing yourself to have some playtime, I think that's part of this. But I think that it can be some really positive news in regards to your career, and suddenly taking a chance pays off, and you end up finding that you're making more, and you're also getting more recognition for what you're doing and your talent. That's a big one with this one, your talent. Okay, good luck. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Cappies. I'll see you next month. All right, so my Aquarians, Aquarius and Aquarius rising, welcome to March of 2023. It's the month. It's the month. I want to start off by talking about some of the transits at the beginning of March, starting with Mercury and Saturn coming into conjunction. Okay, for starters, you got to be really looking at your ascendant. You got to really just pay attention all month long, because there is so many signs that keep bringing me back to your first house, which is, what is your body telling you? What do you feel like you need to lean into? And where is your spidey senses telling you, fuck no, I'm not doing that, okay? So here's the deal. Mercury conjunct Saturn, difficult communication, 29 degrees. It is a now or never degree. Mercury deals with the 8th house of endings, death, joint resources, and change. Saturn is your chart ruler, which means you're having a moment around the second where you're like, I don't know if I can take anymore, or I think that this has to be done, or I can't continue this way. There can be things going on with the body, particularly the nervous system, and watch for issues in regards to digestion, the reproductive organs, and also anything connected to the lungs. Pay attention to breathing. 2, this is about defining what is going to change and sticking to it, okay? Because here comes Pluto shortly after that conjunction. Same day, you're going to have Venus conjunct Jupiter. So Venus is the ruler of the 9th house of belief and philosophy. It can be a woman that you have a conversation with or calls you and talks you through the situation. It can be a neighbor or a sibling that can be like, hey, I'm here for you. What do you need? Giving you some kind of guidance, or also just talking to you about helping make you feel more secure. I think it'll be a friend who offers you some kind of assistance personally. Somebody who calls you, writes you, or talks to you. Okay, so if you are having a difficult time, if you're stressed, call a friend. They're going to be there for you. They're going to help support you, and they're going to give you some kind words. Equally, there can be good news that's coming in regards to a move. There can be good news coming in regards to publishing something, selling something, an advertising campaign. You can have a lot of positive feedback going on a blog or on social media. And it is possible for you to be writing something or working on something that you really love. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting, especially with another person. Taking walks, joy drives, passion projects, things like that are really positive with that conjunction as well. Then on the 7th, we're going to see Saturn enter Pisces. So Saturn will finally leave your sign after 2.5 long years. really making you feel like you had to dig in your heels and focus on what's best for you, even if you had to go at it alone. Now, Saturn, your chart ruler, is going to move into the second house, which is about money, resources, and self-esteem. Saturn is also connected to your 12th house, so you might be combating subconscious fears in regards to self-esteem issues or financial concerns. Yes, when Saturn goes to the second house, you better have a budget, okay? It's very important. You got to stick to it, and also realize that your worth does not equal numbers in a bank account. You can't connect those two things together. You will benefit by practicing much more of a minimalist lifestyle, having less, appreciating less, wanting to simplify your life. And it might even go with hand in hand with cutting back, not eating or drinking something. That can be the case with Saturn in the second house, and just being more mindful of how you're spending so you don't feel like money is just, going MIA. Saturn will spend 2.5 years in this sign. And I would just say, just be prepared to kind of, be a little bit more conservative with your finances. On the 14th, we're going to see the third Mars and Gemini square Neptune in Pisces. So you have had several long months of Mars being in your 5th house, retrograde. So you've been rethinking something about what makes me happy, how do I have fun? You're changing the way that you have fun. Maybe you've gone back to old hobbies. There's also been a sense of you maybe needing to reconnect with your inner child, reconnect with your children, or return back to an old flame. I don't know. But now Mars is direct. And to be honest with you, it's in a sister sign. So, Mars is still making positive aspects, even in spite of its square. I think this is going to be about not taking unnecessary risks in regards to children or finances. So not the best time to be going and putting a bunch of money into a slot machine, not a great time. If a kid comes up to you and says, hey, mom or dad, can I get my money early, my allowance, or can I have money for this? It might be for something else. There can also be some challenges also just in regards to what you're spending on extracurricular activities, and maybe going a little ham unexpectedly, going out to dinner, going on a date, and then realizing that you kind of broke the bank. Go back in time, there's been 2 prior Mars square Neptunes, and I would just say this is really about not taking any chances in speculative stuff if you can help it. On the 15th, we're going to see the Sun come into conjunction with Neptune. And the Sun is the 7th house lord, and Neptune is the 3rd house lord. This factors into what I was saying, where somebody's telling you they need money for something, or they tell you that they need support, or maybe a partner is talking to you about how stressed out they are about their finances, or whether or not they feel secure in their financial situation. That can come up. It can be a time where you're starting to question whether or not, somebody is having a relationship with you because they want to have a relationship with you, or they're looking for some kind of financial or physical security. But I think there could be challenges with people who have kids with this placement, just a heads up. Be really careful, know how to spot a scam, okay? And don't be just willingly transferring or giving money to anyone. There's going to be a lot of scams going on with the Mars square Neptune, especially internet scams, emails, messages, phone calls. So don't just give your personal information to anyone. Then on the 20th, we're going to see the Sun enter into Aries. So this will be the spring equinox here in the Northern Hemisphere. So this is the astrological new year. The energy is starting over. Aries is a fellow friend sign. So you have sextiles between Aquarius and Aries. So it funnels to each other. The 3rd house is about cars, vehicles, short distance trips, siblings. So the Sun going there, it just might bring more attention to communicating things about vehicles, communicating things about trips, talking to partners, talking to kids, talking to counselors, therapists more often. Lots of emails, meetings, and text messages. You're going to see lots of just a light up of conversations. The very next day, on the 21st, you're going to have a new moon, okay? And this will be one of 2 new moons that we're going to have in Aries. I'm just letting you know this now. It wants to seem to bring your attention to how you're writing, how you're communicating, how you're getting around town, what you think, right? And it wants to expand that area of your life. So if you want to get a new car, if you want to move, if you want to learn a new language, anything like that, setting a intention around that new moon on the 21st is ideal. And then finally, on the 23rd, Pluto enters into Aquarius. This is really big news for everyone, but especially for you because it's in your sign. I want to remind you that you've already gone through several years of Saturn, okay? So you saw for several years, Saturn was in your sign. So you were all about boundaries. You were trying to assert yourself more. You may have had to go your own way, or you felt like you were kind of a lone wolf for a bit. And it has been in hard angles to Uranus in your 4th house. So you're not always getting along with family. You're not always getting along at home. You're feeling kind of restless, right? And we have also seen Saturn square the nodes. So there's been a sense of needing to redefine yourself out in the world, separate from your career or your home and your family. So here comes Pluto, right? And now it's also doing the same thing. And it's just picking up where you've already kind of done some of this work. Pluto will only be here for about 2.5 months. It'll go retrograde. So it means that it'll come back later next year. And really at the end of 2024, it'll stay in Pluto for about 20 plus years. So this change, this transformation, this rebirth is going to take time, depending on what degree you have in Aquarius. On your ascendant, it can be a transformation of the body. It can also be talking about a new identity out in the world, wanting to identify different. So some of you guys might go, I'm single now. Some of you guys might go, I used to be an employee, now I'm a CEO. I used to work all the time, now I'm retired. I've always been a parent, but now I'm something else. There's something emerging that's new. And it's very different. Watch for major changes with your personal identity. Be mindful of your power, right? And not feeling like you need to dictate, how things go at work or even with the family. There can be some power struggles that can come with that. And this is more about changing and transforming yourself. I would just say, something's going to come up. It's hard for it not to. When a planet crosses into your sign or when something is on an angle, you feel it. And what I'm noticing is that Pluto's going to sit on your ascendant square the node. So it's saying you must change and transform in order to go into this new home life. So some of you guys are going to move. You're going to want to live closer to nature. You're going to want to live more sustainably. Some of you guys are going to want to be, like out in the woods. Which means you do have to quit your job and also probably tell your family. They might think you're crazy, but you're like, I don't care, I'm going. So this is about redefining yourself. On the 25th, you're going to see Mars enter into the sign of Cancer, so it'll go into your 6th house. Mars is not as comfortable in Cancer, and Cancer is in conjunct or quincunx your sign, so it means that you guys have nothing in common. But lucky for you, Mars finds its joy in the 6th house, so it says, yes, I want to be of service, I want to help. Mars is about communication, siblings, writing. So when it goes into the 6th, you're busy cleaning, you're calling neighbors, you're helping relatives, you're sending off emails, you're offering to come and visit and work with them. Maybe you're having to ask siblings or other family members for help with something. Mars going through the 6th house is great to get active, focus on fitness, and focus on emotional wellness. And I would say Mars in the sign of Cancer makes me feel like you're going to get a lot further by reorganizing your home, reorganizing your kitchen, changing your diet, focusing on foods that are going to be anti-inflammatory, and maybe even doing some laps in the pool can be really helpful, and it can be a great way to utilize that energy, right? On the 26th of the month, we're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Jupiter in Aries in your 3rd. So Mercury is strong in Aries. It's very passionate. It's very independent. It's just very quick with the messages. And in the 3rd house, it's really comfortable because that's like a mercurial energy. Now, Jupiter rules other people, friends, right? So I could see like friends giving you some kind of good news, writing you, telling you something, offering to come and visit you, saying that, you should come and visit them. There can also be like a really fun party invitation to go and do something, but it's like out of town, or a friend says, hey, come and visit me for a period of time. I think with Mercury being the ruler of the 8th house, it's also about talking about how they're going through some kind of change or transformation in their life, and you're willing to help them through that process, right? And then finally on the 30th, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus and Taurus. So by this time, Venus will have moved through Aries. It's now in Taurus, where it's very comfortable, and it's in your 4th house. Decorating home, focusing on furniture, stuff that's going to make you feel comfortable. Maybe a woman is coming to visit with you, or she's going to come and stay with you for a period of time. Here's the challenge, is that Venus is going to conjunct Uranus, okay? So that tells me that either a relative or a woman is going to come in and kind of shake up your home life. Uranus is your secondary chart ruler. So this means that there can be this feeling of needing to free or liberate yourself from home, or from having to take care of a home or having to take care of a parent. I have a feeling that it can be a sibling comes in to give you a reprieve, basically, and say, hey, you know, you're having car issues, borrow my car, or, you know, you've been taking care of mom all month, like, you know, go and take a break, I'll watch her. But it can also drive you a little batty. Now, there can be strange and unusual living opportunities or roommates that are acting weird. You can find that there is a connection to someone from the past. You know, a woman from your past kind of comes back. That could be another way of looking at it. Be careful with like any changing of like the walls or furniture or anything. I kind of get the impression you might buy a couch or paint a wall something, and then you're like, I don't know if I like this, right? But besides that, this can be kind of fun. I mean, I would have a party with that energy personally. I'd be like, I'm going to just invite a bunch of people over and have a good time. That can be a way to use the energy that is going to work with it than working against it. All right, so really pay attention in the month ahead for when Saturn enters Pisces, and also when Pluto enters into your sign. Please leave me a comment below. I'd love to hear how you're doing with that energy. That's a big one. I've had Pluto on an angle. It's not easy. It's not easy, and it will make itself very, very known. Maybe you're going to go through your goth phase, right? Maybe it'll be like your tech goth phase. Maybe you're going to start dressing like Neo from The Matrix or something. All right, let's see what the cards have to say for you for the month ahead. Oh, okay. I get the Two of Coins. Being a little indecisive, a little bit of back and forth. Do I do this or do I do that? Which makes sense because, to be honest with you, you know, Pluto energy works where it like pushes you to the verge and you're like, I don't know if I can take any more. And the universe is like, you're going to take more. I think that the back and forth is the nodes coming into a square with Pluto on your ascendant. And you're like, do I make the jump and relocate? Do I quit my job and join the circus, right? Do I go through this radical change and transformation? Do I tell everybody I'm doing this thing? Major changes with your identity, major changes with your body, major changes with your home, your career. And so there can be the sense of like, do I do this or do I not? And also there's a lot of tension in this chart. The squares to the nodes represents being pulled in two directions. The south node of the 10th house is past karma in regards to career responsibility. The north node is future karma or dharma in regards to your home and your family. So when planets square the nodes, like Pluto will be over the next few months, it's going to put you in a position of feeling like you have to act. Don't take too long to make a decision. Don't wait for the Pluto squares to force you into making a change. Jupiter's going into your 4th house. A lot of you guys are going to suddenly move or acquire wealth through home or family or property. And it's going to incentivize you to go in the direction that you've been wanting to go in, even if it's scary. Okay, so don't be too indecisive, please. All right, I will see you next month, Aquarius. Take care, enjoy these transits. And we have Pisces and Pisces rising. For those of you guys who are having your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one. I want to start first with talking about the Mercury-Saturn conjunction in Aquarius that will be taking place on March the 2nd. Now, Mercury and Saturn are going to be meeting in your 12th house of what is hidden, subconscious, and behind the scenes. Mercury rules your 7th house of relationships. It also rules your 4th house of home and family. Likely, there is a decision or a completion that's being made in regards to a decision with either a relationship or something in regards to your family. Maybe you're feeling like you need to be there for a partner who's going through some health issues, or maybe they're grieving. Equally, it might be a time where you're having to spend more time with family because they're going through some kind of family situation where they're saying goodbye to someone or a loved one, or something is going to be ending. I foresee some relationship issues with this conjunction because Saturn's going into your signs, you're redefining who you are, and Mercury is conjuncting Saturn, which means there can be a sense of having conversations with partners about what is and is not working for you. Equally, you might feel like some people are keeping you at a distance or they're not letting you in. Watch for dreams. Really prominent dreams can come through. Also, meditate your butts off. That's really going to help you with these transits until Saturn changes signs, okay? On the 7th oh, excuse me, also on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Jupiter and Venus come into conjunction in Aries. So this is great. Jupiter's your chart ruler, traditionally. Venus is what's sweet. I do see this as a gain from other people. So perhaps somebody else's loss is your gain. Perhaps somebody's feeling very generous, or the fact that they're, you know, willing to kind of donate or give you support or help you with something might also happen. Venus and Jupiter in the 2nd house is an indication that there's more wealth or abundance that's coming in, but it's definitely something you're going to have to work for. Especially with Venus being in Aries, it makes me feel like something comes in, but it does feel like something that has some red tape, or it's a little bit more challenging to actually acquire. On the 7th, Saturn goes into Pisces. Okay, so this is a big deal. Saturn's going into your sign. If you have a Pisces rising, 0 to 10 degrees, you're going to have Saturn in conjunction to your ascendant this year, all year long. Okay, Saturn's going to stay in Pisces for 2.5 years. You only get this transit once every 30 years of Saturn in your sign. So this is about redefining who you are, all right, what your goals are, where you're going with your life. Saturn rules your 11th house of others, groups and associations. Saturn also rules your 12th house of limitations and what is hidden and subconscious. So as Saturn sits on your ascendant, you might feel disconnected with certain groups or friends. You might also feel a little isolated. There can be a sense of having heavier moods and also feeling like you're going at things by yourself. Pay attention to your body. Stay hydrated, go swimming, spend time by the beach. If you can, do yoga and meditation and focus on an upward incline. Okay, that's what Saturn wants you to do. It wants you to climb like the goat, or having some kind of resistance, like rowing can be really great also with this transit. Focus on your goals, right? So Saturn in Pisces is going to be about working on emotional health related things, physical health related things, but also committing to your goals and make them a reality, right? So you're going to be like really realistic with what you can and cannot achieve. Yes, there's heavier moods, but as long as you're getting some sunlight and working through that, you'll be okay. And I feel like this is an important time to really redefine who you are, and you're setting goals for yourself that are going to last the better part of the next 30 years. On the 14th, you're going to see the last Mars and Gemini square Neptune transit. So over the last 7 months, we've seen Mars in your 7th house, stirring up all kinds of stuff with your living situation. Some of you guys changed home several times. You were going to move, it got delayed. You've been having frustration with roommates where you've been living. There's just been like a lot of things that have been really kind of agitating you in regards to your home life. There's been disturbances, let's put it that way. There's also been delays if you've been trying to move to a foreign country. Now, Mars rules your 9th house of law and legality, and also rules your 2nd house of money. So if you've been holding back on buying a property, selling a property, relocating to another place, these things can start to move forward. But with Mars and square to Neptune, to me, it seems like really the energy lies with you. Where are you confused? What do you want? Where are situations changing? There can be a sense of jumping into something and picking up and moving somewhere and then getting there and realizing that you don't like it, or it's not comfortable, or you don't have peace. So it's really important to just not make any rush decisions with this square. Take a look back at the other two that happened in 2022 over the fall. I think that you can see something similar that's playing out, but equally you're going to have more clarity about where do I want to live? How do I want to feel? Where is home? And if you are going to be kind of going back and forth between a place this whole next year, that could happen as well. Then on the 15th, we're going to have the sun coming into conjunction with Neptune in your sign. Pay attention to your health because the sun rules health. You can be more accident prone. There can be issues with pharmaceuticals or alcohol, or issues with water. Accidents with water in particular, because the sun deals with the 6th house. I wonder if this is going to be like, if you have a kid or a pet that spills water on the floor, you could slip and you could fall, right? That's a literal example, but that could happen. But there could also be issues with low energy levels, feeling kind of blue, and maybe just having a lower immune system. Pisces is the immune system. Saturn in Pisces, we're going to find out a lot of people are going to have immune system issues. We're going to have a lot of people that are going to be having negative effects to their physical health because of their mental health, and vice versa. So stay on top of that. That's going to be really important, and pay attention to that day because you could be feeling a little bit under the weather or more accident prone. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see the sun go into Aries, and this is going to ignite the real astrological new year, super fresh, brand new energy, great for setting intentions, and it's going to be in your second house of money. There will be 2 new moons here, okay? One will be a solar eclipse next month. So the universe wants everybody to really focus on Aries in our chart right now. So your second house is about your spending power, your self-esteem, your security, your resources, all that stuff. So as the sun goes there, you're like, okay, I want to work, I want to make money. Set abundance and financial intentions on the 21st. They're going to be very potent, and you'll be working towards that all month long. On the 23rd of the month, we are going to see Pluto enter into the sign of Aquarius. So Pluto will be leaving your 11th house of goals and friendships, and it's going to move into the 12th. Well, this can be like a energy that is not as obvious, okay? So Pluto going in the 12th house, you could be like, wow, the state of the world is a mess, right? Because it's how you look at the world as a whole. Pluto is about your belief system, and it's also about foreigners and education. Some of you guys are going to be going and doing studying or research or going through programs about esoteric or metaphysical things. Others are going to be focusing on traveling and going to foreign places, or maybe completing a higher education or a degree, especially in science or psychology. But Pluto in the 12th house is going to have you working very powerfully behind the scenes. So it can be a really powerful time for a transformation of your belief system, but also it can be about what work you're doing, you know, spiritually, or maybe just kind of like in a back room in regards to your professional work. I've seen a lot of people with natal Pluto in the 12th house as like little mini CEOs, you know, like they know how to run everything, but you'd never see them. So you're going to start really focusing on your power and what you can kind of create behind the scenes. What's interesting is that it is going to be making trines to your 4th and also your 8th house cusp. So it is bringing up the themes of change with relationships, change with home, right? Change in regards to the 12th house. So endings do provide ways for new beginnings, but it's a little hidden because it's in the 12th house. So you may not notice this as much, especially with Saturn being on your ascendant. I think meditation is important for everybody this year, but you still really may benefit from this just to kind of really get a handle on some of your moods. Pluto will be in and out of the sign of Aquarius this year. It's only going to be for about 2.5 months. It'll retrograde back into Capricorn. It'll be there for several months. And then we're going to see at this next coming year, 2024, it's going to spend a lot more time in Aquarius before finally moving and staying there at the end of 2024, going into 2025. On the 25th, we're going to see Mars enter the sign of Cancer. So Mars will have left your 4th house, so it's going to give you a little bit of peace. It's going to be moving into Pisces, which is going to be, Cancer, which is going to be a fellow sister sign for Pisces. So Mars going into the 5th is fun. I mean, I think that that's, you know, dating and romance and sex and having a good time and having playtime by the beach or near water. It can be active with sports and hanging out with children. You know, Mars rules your 2nd house of resources and your 9th house of travel. So I think you're willing to spend a little bit more on education for your children. You're willing to spend a little bit more money to have fun and go on vacation. You're feeling a little bit more risky or lucky, maybe even with some of your investments. And I definitely think that this can be a very fertile energy. So just be mindful that, you know, Mars in this part of your chart can definitely bring up themes in regards to children and fertility. But this can be really great for some date nights, especially things that are more active. So I think of like maybe finding a way to like do an activity around the house, or maybe painting or creating or drawing at home, or painting murals on the wall with your kids, and little activities that you can be doing that can be fun within the home. I like that Mars is going to trine your ascendant, sun or moon, but it's also going to trine Saturn and the South Node. So there's some sense of like really committing to what the heart wants and knowing that that's going to bring more peace and happiness in your life. And it's also going to come into alignment with what you're hoping to achieve with Saturn. You might have to be a little bit more stern with children. That might be something that comes up too. Then on the 28th, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Aries. So Mercury is about information, communication, meetings, phone calls. Mercury rules others, so partners, clients, relationships, and family. So to me, it looks like you might make a decision to buy or invest in property, or you might say, okay, let's put our money together. Let's invest in something. Or somebody else says, hey, I'll help you pay the bills, or I'll help you buy this, you know, thing for the house. Because it's taking into consideration your 4th and your 7th and your chart ruler. So you're coming together and agreeing about something in regards to home and what you value. Maybe you strike a deal where you sell or you buy a home, but good financial news is likely to come from that transit. And then on the 30th, we're going to see Venus come into conjunction with Uranus in the 3rd. Now, by this time, Venus is in Taurus, where she's generally pretty comfortable. It's going to bring more beauty into your daily routines. You're going to find that you might have sweeter relationships with siblings or neighbors. Maybe you're focusing on shopping or looking for a new car or a vehicle. Maybe you want to buy a new gadget, right? Maybe you're creating art or poetry. You know, you're writing something. But when Venus, which rules others' resources and your communication, comes into conjunction with Uranus, there can be some unexpected conversations that kind of like leave you a little unsettled that you have with another person. And it can be somebody kind of shining a light and saying, hey, you know, I'm having a difficult time, you know, talking to you about this, but X, Y, and Z. Telling you about something you didn't know, talking to you about a difficult financial situation, what have you. On the other side of the coin, I could see this as being like a really exciting opportunity to find a new way of making money. So I think like Uranus and Venus coming together in Taurus might mean you get on a new app to help manage your resources or stick to a budget. You may perhaps get a new software or some new thing for your car. It can also be a time where you just have like a positive kind of run where if you are investing in things that are speculative or like cryptocurrencies or things that involve like metals or maybe even like gas, you might see that it's going to somehow kind of have a little bit of a pop. Positive communications with women, especially siblings, can definitely happen. And somebody could tell you a secret. They can let you in on a secret that you didn't know or give you a tip about something financially that can be beneficial for you. All right, Pisces, really pay attention to Saturn going into your sign. You're going to feel it in your bones. Make sure you're stretching. Watch for the moods. They can come. Make sure you get sunlight and don't isolate yourself. That's the best advice that I can give you. Saturn does bring doubt. Saturn also does bring a heaviness, but it's to help us kind of sober up and get mature. So for some of us, it's about growing up. For others, it's about sobriety. And for the rest of us, it's just about committing to our goals. And also watch for some of the squares that's going to happen between your 1st and your 4th house where you're not seeing things so clearly, right? Don't rush into anything in regards to a new living situation. Really make sure you suss everything out first, okay? And you know that you're going to have that full moon that's going to be in your 7th house on the 7th, okay? So that's going to be really significant because you're going to have a full moon in your 7th house that's going to oppose your 1st house, and the moon's going to be in Virgo, and Mercury is going to be here, which means you guys are not going to be able to communicate very well. You know, issues with relationships, issues with clients, other people, not understanding that you're like, I need some space, or like, I'm in my feelings. Oh, thank God. Thank goodness. Thank Goddess. 3 of Cups. Celebrating happiness, joy, togetherness, other people. You know, maybe it's the fact that you got a lot of trines to your 5th house, so there's a lot to celebrate. Maybe it's that you got trines to the South Node and you've got people from other places reaching out and trying to offer you support. Maybe it's the sextile house between your 1st house to the 3rd where you realize it's all about your mindset and the way that you look at change this month, right? Sometimes we can celebrate difficult things, especially when we have to cut ourselves off from situations, people's patterns, whatever. That's not good for us. You can celebrate some of those things too. It doesn't have to be all doom and gloom and negative. Surround yourself with people who are going to help rise you up. And that's what Saturn's about, right? Saturn rules your 11th house. You want to have people who are going to make you feel like you don't have to go at life alone. You want to have people who are going to be in your corner and have your back, who are also going to be looking to support you. Good times ahead, even in spite of the Saturn transit. But let me know how you're doing with the Saturn transit. And once again, if it's your birthday, have a happy birthday. Okay, guys, like I said, I'm gonna have my snacks and my popcorn, and I'm watching because for many, many months I've been looking at March through May of 2023, and in the back of my mind I was like, that's when it all pops off. So very different energies. I'm excited for this. Please let me know, leave me your comments below. I'd love to hear if you're having a planet ingressing that's affecting an angle, although it appears everybody will. So everybody's gonna go through some really big changes. Breathe. Roll with the punches, look for the pots of gold because they are going to be available intermittently throughout this month. Be prepared that we're going to start feeling the eclipse energies towards the end of the month. I'm going to be putting out those eclipse videos probably sometime later in March for you guys, just so that way you're prepared and you know what's coming. Once again, you can support my channel by subscribing. It would totally, totally change the channel dynamics if we got every person who was watching this to subscribe. So if you're already subscribed, thank you. If you're not, please consider it, and please share this with other people who would benefit from getting their horoscope for the month ahead. You want to book a personal reading with me, you know where to go. Go to the website below, beyondtheveiledtarot.com. I would love to read your chart and chat with you. I have openings in May. With that being said, I'm gonna go. It's been like 4 hours. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go read my own tarot and see what's going on with my transits. I will catch you guys all next month. Please enjoy March, and I'll see you soon. Take care.